seamless as possible. So with that, we will have the roll call, please.
Mayor Barrett,
Present.
council members Barnacle,
Here.
Fisher,
Here.
Healy,
Here.
King,
Here.
McDonald,
Here.
Posake.
Here.
All members are present.
Thank you. So we will have the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We will now have a moment of silence. Thank you. We're going to start with the presentation on wayfinding signage program with Ken Eichstadt.
Just one moment here. Good evening, Mayor Barrett, council members and public. I'm Ken Eichstadt, Senior Traffic Engineer with Petaluma. I'll be presenting to you tonight background on the active transportation wayfinding program, as well as the pilot program that we'll be initiating. So we started this effort last year, approximately a year ago, and we brought on Merge Consulting, who are currently in Cotati doing phase 2 of their wayfinding program. So we've gone through an effort here that has looked at the various signs that we have, and we have quite a few signs, many different styles, many different branding, icons, colors. We've looked at the various destinations throughout the city, citywide and particularly downtown. Well, so what are some of the things that we have? The attractions, some of the almost 50 parks that the city has, trails, parking garages, the Keller and Theater Street, and then transportation destinations, and also the docks. So we looked at the various locations for signs and the sign types, whether it's going to be a marker sign, a kiosk, or general information. And with that, we developed, with the feedback from PBAC at 2 different meetings, the branding, the colors, and the icons. And we have 3 options were initially developed that went into a 4th option. And that 4th option, I really feel captured, the essence of Petaluma, and it builds off of what is done at the transit center. We also looked at various placement scenarios. As an example here, a trailhead. So the objective of this pilot program is to provide for the safe and direct movement of pedestrians and bicyclists coming into Petaluma on Petaluma Boulevard South on the smart multi-use path from Novato, from Quarry Heights, from other destinations, and look at how do we move them safely through town to the downtown area, to transit, to the smart multi-use path, to the Lynch Creek Trail. And we want to use this pilot program to gather feedback. So initially, PBAC saw the presentation. It was 60 slides with 3 options back in July of last year. Feedback on that is to look at providing for the H Street signage, and I'll explain a little bit more about that. Extending the wayfinding program onto Lynch Creek Trail, using QR codes, and then recommending the next phases. So some of the comments that we got from PBAC that will be initiated, just not in this first effort on the pilot program, is to provide for some lighting, consider other locations, which we'll definitely be doing. So we also went to the Petaluma Downtown Association. They supported the design option 4. They've done the branding at the visitor center, so they were directly involved in that, and I think that helped with their understanding of what we were doing, and there's a good connection and coordination with their efforts. We also went through Petaluma's economic development team and our design consultant, the city's design consultant design guild, looked at the branding for it and recommended it. We went to the planning commission on April 12th. We've also gone to the design review committee, the DRC. So this is an example of some of the colors, the different sign types, whether it's a marker or a kiosk or an information sign. And this was the result of those efforts. We are definitely looking at having bilingual signs. We would be having QR codes, which is if you have a smartphone, you can find your way anywhere around town if you have a QR code there. So we'll definitely be doing that. And fortunately, this is something that's done regularly. It's not something that's out of the box at all. And again, some additional sign types that we're looking at. We've got some that we can put on the on existing poles. We've got directional signs, pedestrian kiosks. So moving into the pilot program. So what we've done here is we've developed basically a go-to manual to kind of standardize the signage, the wayfinding in Petaluma. And with that information, it can be, in fact, we've already met, given this information preliminary to developers so that they can implement this in their work. Looking at these various locations here, upper left here, you might recognize is coming into Petaluma on Petaluma Boulevard. And we want to try to direct people safely off of Petaluma Boulevard. And there's the implementation of the Petaluma Boulevard South Road Guide is going to do that in combination with this wayfinding program, in combination with a bike boulevard demonstration. Upper right is Lynch Creek Trail at Lakeville, and bottom left is Lynch Creek Trail at Water Street. And then we've got another portion here, bottom right, is Lynch Creek Trail heading to Water Street, heading south. So I mentioned the 5th Street Bicycle Boulevard pilot project. This is a project that would initially, you would come into town on Petaluma Boulevard, you have buffered bike lanes, you get to Mountain View, and at that point, the right-of-way narrows. So some people may not be comfortable in that condition, and there will be a traffic signal and markings and stenciling to allow the user to move safely across Petaluma Boulevard onto Mountain View and go up to 5th Street and come into town. They can also go down to H Street, and you've got class 2 lanes from Mountain View to H Street. You can hop on H Street and be able to go either first or second in the signalized crossing at D Street to get into downtown. So this is it's roughly a little over a 1 mile length here that we're talking about. And this diagram here, this map shows some of the initial sign locations. This still needs to be formalized, but we're looking at 30 different signs. And you've got the 2 options, as I'd mentioned. You come in on Petaluma Boulevard, you have 5th Street, or you can go down to H Street, and then from there continue on 1st and 2nd, continue on Water Street, and then continue on to Lynch Creek Trail, heading up to Prince Park, or getting on the smart multi-use path that will be constructed here, we believe this year. So the next steps, we've done the wayfinding assessment. We've gone through the schematic design. We've picked a fourth option. We've got a pilot program that's preliminary laid out. So now we're going to develop the construction documents that would be rolled out, with to contractors for installation. And it looks like, we could get the installation of this, by September or October of this year is what I'm thinking. So, and with that, if there's any questions, I'm here to answer them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I will ask the council if anyone on the council has a comment or a question. And yes, Councilmember King.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have a couple of questions about the Fifth Street. Has there been any outreach to the neighborhood about this bike lane?
Directly, no. That is planned. We're just in the planning element of it, and we've done an initial presentation to PBAC on it, and we're just in the midst right now developing those drawings for going out to the public, and there will be mailers to the public along Fifth Street.
Okay, I will tell you, I think there might be some support for this along Fifth Street. I know that area pretty well, but there's going to be probably also some concerns about lost parking if there is any. My other question is, would the intent before putting in the bike lane, be to pave that section of Fifth Street?
That is one of the plans, and I would like to just sort of tag on in answering that question, Councilmember King, that the Petaluma Boulevard South Road Diet should be paved in June. We've got the wayfinding program that would be coming in after that, and then we would sequence it with the actual bike boulevard. And then I'm looking at the pavement condition on Fifth Street, and there may be some opportunities to be able to dovetail these projects together. So that's in the bigger picture here. That is definitely one of the things that I'm looking at.
Well, if it's possible, the road, that stretch of road is a little rough, not unusual for parts of the west side. But it's a good spot for a bike lane. It's nice and flat, basically between Mountain View and D Street. So, thank you.
Okay, thank you. And Councilmember McDonald.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the bright design and attractiveness of this, and I think PBAC did love it when they were presented with it, and really appreciated that it was happening. And I personally love the QR code that you brought up, but most of all, I appreciate that you're addressing a Class 3 lane. The Shero bikes have got to be in the traffic lane, and because that's really a safety concern. And so I'm really happy that staff is actively addressing improving safety for bicycling in town, not just wayfinding, safety as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I think that concludes our questions or comments on this item. And now we're going to go on to general public comment. And I will ask the clerk if she has received any general public comments.
Madam Mayor, the city received 8 public comments that are posted online.
Thank you very much. And so I will turn this over to the moderator to see if there's anyone in the Zoom audience who would like to speak in general public comment.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. There are 22 attendees, and for general public comment, we typically have a timer. So I am going to, at this time, lower all the attendees' hand and then start the timer. So please raise your hand if you are, raise your virtual hand or press *9 if you're interested in speaking. You will be called on in order in which you've raised your hand. Remember, please, that to keep your comments respectful. Threats or violence or use of obscenities are grounds for removal from the meeting. If you're unable to speak at this time, please send your comments to cityclerk@cityofpetaluma.org. And just as a reminder, that general public comment is for items that are within the council's jurisdiction and not listed on the agenda. So we have 4 hands raised at this time. So I will set the timers for 3 minutes per speaker. And the first speaker is going to be Paul G, followed by Ben Peters. Paul, please unmute.
Good evening, Council. Nice to see you sitting there in the chambers. And so I'm assuming that we're going to be opening up to allow the public in the chambers real soon now, because that's what the city of Novato did on April 12th. And you can see on wireamerica.org/Novato a wonderful presentation that was conducted by 7 people directly to them. And it made a real difference, them all being there in person. And so we are finally very tired of being kneecapped on Zoom like this. And we want you to not come up with any other excuses and talk about equipment that needs to be installed. None of that is important. What is important is to open up the chambers and allow us in. The whole pandemic thing was just that. It was an excuse to take advantage over the public to get a lot done. We all see it. The evidence is there. All you have to do is watch what happened in Los Angeles last weekend, where all the mandate stuff went down. That's going to go into your public record as well. So what we're asking for is to not cancel our rights anymore and allow us to come in and get the business done that we need to get done. Now, what did we talk about to Novato? Well, we talked about kind of an issue that, we talk about a lot, which is what is the best way to regulate the placement, construction, and modern operations of wireless telecommunications facilities. And you'll see that the city has a kind of a checkered record in that respect. A very good record from 2018. We did a good job protecting Petaluma, and it's checkered since then with the new city manager that came in, and she has her own ideas, and she's going to try to undo these things, and it's completely unnecessary. Well, what we did is we actually brought W. Scott McCullough, the nation's top telecommunications attorney, the one who won the lawsuit, and the ruling came down on August 13th of 2021. That is a ruling that changed irrevocably the wireless industry. You have to understand the importance of that ruling. He came on YouTube on March 29th. You can find this also on wireamerica.org/McCullough. This is exactly what he's telling cities. Quote, notwithstanding all the FCC's regulations, a local jurisdiction can say, we don't want these WTFs of any size or any G in a residential area. And the interviewer said, Petaluma did that. And he says, that's right. The only exception is that if the wires provider can show with substantial written evidence in the public record that it must put the facility at whatever location they've chosen in a residential area, they must put it here because it's the only way they can provide the service. The interviewer says the telecommunications service. McCullough says, you're right. The telecommunications service piece, unless they can prove it's an effective prohibition of telecommunications service, hey, I'm talking site by site, the city can deny the WTF. So an ordinance the city can pass is we're saying nothing in residential areas. Indeed, we're saying nothing within 1,500 feet of any residential area. March 29th, 2002, top attorney in the country. I'd listen to him over telecom law firm.
Thank you, Paul. Our next speaker is Ben Peters. Give me just a second to reset the timer. And please unmute.
Good evening, everyone. I submitted an email general public comment earlier, and the topic is on the Department of Water Resources grants that I'm proud the city recently suggested they might receive. I had a couple questions about where to find the staff reports for more information on those grants, so that myself and other interested parties could review them and make sure they are being conducted appropriately and cost effectively. I'm not sure the city would be able to comment tonight. If so, that would be greatly appreciated. Otherwise, I look forward to those email responses. Thanks.
Thank you, Ben. Our next speaker is Rankusen. Give me just a second to reset the timer. Please unmute and begin.
Thank you. I just wanted to piggyback on this wireless communications ordinance. That's something that since we've moved to Petaluma within the past year, we've been very interested. One of the things that drew us here was actually that strong ordinance preventing the construction of wireless emitters in residential areas. I did not realize that that was under review by the existing city manager. So any more detail that we can get on kind of why that's being reviewed and what the proposed changes would be is of great interest to us. And of course, we're lobbying to keep the wireless ordinance that is in place, and also ask the council to maybe direct the Technology Advisory Committee to conduct that analysis. I've given the example in the past of Sea Ranch, California. I know a lot of people have heard of Chattanooga, Tennessee as cities that actually laid their own broadband cabling to every home and business. In the case of Sea Ranch, California, they did take out loans to do so, but it resulted in more efficient service owned by the city that they could then lease back to the broadband providers and obviated the need for cellular delivery of last mile broadband service. As another note, we've been attending the transit advisory committees and the special pedestrian and bike working group. This past week, I've heard more about the plans to install electric bike infrastructure at several locations throughout the city. And I wanted to kind of piggyback on that and recommend that we look at options for electric alternative bikes. Yeah, what's called a pedicab, or basically something where people can be driven around by, I don't know if that would be city staff or a contracted group, but in some of these talks we've had in the past about increased mobility, walkability, we talk about people who, an aging population, people who need assistance being mobile. I think it kind of makes sense, especially, if we're installing this infrastructure and there is going to be expanded bike lanes like on Petaluma Boulevard North, it might accommodate vehicles that could actually transport passengers using, some kind of electronic bike. So anyway, I just wanted to recommend that the city look into that. I'm not sure if Bolt, the current vendor for the other e-bike equipment that is planned to be used, offers anything like that, but we would like to recommend that to be added into the service. And I think it would fit well with the existing fare model and could probably generate a lot more revenue, especially for people visiting this city. Might be something nice to get around town without having to drive and build on that existing infrastructure. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is John Hanania. Please unmute and I'll start the timer.
Good evening. Well, what I'd like to point out to you is the street issues. I talked to you about this several times, that the street's not being fixed, and you guys just deceived the public with the 1 cent increase in tax because you want to fix the streets. There are some streets that you could see they're putting patches here and there, but yet here is another big hole right next to the patch that it was just put in there. I could send you pictures, but that will be nothing but wasted time because you guys don't pay any attention to any of the public anyway. A few meetings ago, your public work director came on board and said that the street's not being fixed as fast as you want it to be because you're working at 60% capacity. I say that's a bunch of BS, but I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt. And I would like to request, and here you go, Eric, I'm sure you're going to come up with some excuse you didn't understand my request or this or that to delay the process, as you always do. How many public work employees currently, at what point they became at 60% capacity, I'd like to get the name of the current employees, okay, which should be public knowledge. Also, I'd like to see the payroll. At what point it became 60% capacity, and I'd like to see it when it was at 100% capacity. And I also want to see the name of the employees and how many employees when it was 100% capacity. But if I'm right, the city need to explain, why is it the streets not being fixed? Why is it that you putting a bandage on something that requires stitches or a surgery? It doesn't work that way. You guys are just absolutely deceiving the community, and I don't know why. So I hope that Eric Danley is listening, and I'm going to get my answer within the appropriate time. And I hope he doesn't come up and say, oh, I didn't understand the question. Oh, I reached out to John and I'm not clear about his question, because he seemed to have a very good way of playing dummy most of the time. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Madam Mayor, we have one more speaker or one more hand up. Sheila Baker. Please unmute.
Hello. Hello, City Council and Mayor, Vice Mayor. I just want to say, first of all, thank you for allowing Zoom to be a part of the meetings. I very much appreciate, and it's allowed me to participate. I believe that this letter came in before it went to the Planning Commission, but I wanted to point to Taryn Obeid's very excellent public comment regarding the 890 Co-op project that was heard by the Planning Commission. And specifically, she takes on the red no stopping parking curb that is in existence now and that would be removed for this project. And she absolutely offers some of the most amazing reasons why there should be no parking along that curb, and how dangerous it is, the 30,000 cars per day intersection, which is hazardous. And the curb there is red, no stopping parking for 50 yards. The east-west Payran middle lane facilitates 9 distinct left and right turn completion maneuvers within 30 yards. Access and egress to gas station, Lucky Liquor Store, daycare center, plus left turn from West Payran. She says, she talks about the semis for the Shell gas station, Lucky Grocery Store, and RO Granary that would be turning, and how awkward it would be. I think she makes a really, really good point. The Planning Commission, unfortunately, did vote in favor of parking, which I was disappointed. One commissioner voted with no parking, and that was Commissioner Blake Cooper, which is why I'm going to vote for him very soon here. And I think that it's, I hope that you get a chance to at least look at this letter. I know it's kind of, I guess, a little late or something, but it's really excellent, and it really speaks to the safety that John Hanania was just talking about with the streets. We really need street safety, and we need our voices heard. And just because it's a lovely, wonderful project doesn't mean that it should be completely approved with everything. I think that some things need to be looked at. So thank you so much for your time and your hard work, and to all of you and to staff and everything you do. Thanks.
Thank you, Sheila. Madam Mayor, that concludes the general public comment. And at this time, just for your information, there are 24 attendees.
Thank you very much. And with that, we'll close general public comment and bring it to the council for council comment. And we'll start with Council Member Fisher.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. Two liaison assignments since we last met. The first, the Sonoma County Transportation Authority and the Regional Climate Protection Agency, where I am a director on the board there. Had a very exciting kickoff for the Regional Climate Protection Agency's Sonoma Climate Mobilization, a call to action. So it's a result of our Funding for Climate Ad Hoc Committee and going out to the public to find out what the public wants us to fund and how we might fund climate action in our county. Second was the Climate Commission. Had two presentations by staff, one on the Climate Ready campaign and the other on Climate Ready active transportation. Excellent presentations there. And then the commissioners reported out from the ad hoc committees, the 5 ad hocs that we have, on what they thought that our council goals and priorities should be. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Barnacle.
I have nothing to report this morning or this evening.
Thank you. Councilmember Healy.
Thank you. Just briefly, the water supply coordinating council met earlier today in the run up to the May 2nd Water Advisory Committee meeting. The one thing that I know is coming, I don't know much about it at this point, there's going to be a presentation on a regional water supply resiliency study to look at how the region can get through a drought over the next 2 years. And they're going to test the regional water supply given current conditions and 1976, 1977 drought conditions, which are the most severe on record. So preliminary indications as we can do it with some additional conservation measures, and I'll have more to report on that at the next meeting. And then I was thrilled, along with a quorum of the city council, to attend the first in-person mayors and council members meeting in Warner Park last week, and it was good to get back to another semblance of normality. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember, Vice Mayor Posake.
Thank you. And several meetings, one of which, or several of which, involve the continuum of care. And the continuum of care also gave a presentation to the North Bay council members and mayors group this week. We continue to hear regularly about work of our outside consultant in strategic planning, and that's moving along. There have been some difficulties, if anyone has heard, with the new provider for coordinated entry. Catholic Charities is not doing coordinated entry applications any longer, and our new provider, Home First, has had some difficulty, I think, staffing up fully. So I think they're making progress, but there are some issues there. In terms of the Health Action Council, the work continues on Health Action 2.0, which again is, if you will, totally separate from Health Action 1.0. But again, a lot of moving parts as people are trying to maneuver this group in a good direction. That's all I have tonight.
Thank you. Councilmember McDonald.
Thank you. It's been a busy time for committees and liaison assignments. Though the Measure O County Mental Health Oversight Committee is due a meeting, and they've had a little trouble. Again, I think it's growing pains for new organizations, but they do hope to have an update on the mental health in county soon. And also the Planning Commission met, and as noted, they heard the 890 North project, that's the Petaluma Boulevard at Payran, and approved it unanimously, though there was dissent about the item that the public mentioned tonight. And then they reviewed the council goals and have their feedback for council goals. It's nice to see that going to all committees. PBAC, the Pedestrian and Bicycle Advisory Committee, met on April 4th and April 11th, and also had a presentation from Climate Ready and all the active transportation effort from this that staff is planning for this summer. That was very exciting. They had the Fifth Street Bike Boulevard update, review of council goals, and also just a reminder that Bike Petaluma will have a valet parking at Butter and Egg. So remember, come on a bike. And then also Smart held a listening session last week about paths. They have the nice multi-use path that goes under the freeway. It's not our crosstown connector, but it's a crosstown connector in our town. So, they committed to pushing the next piece from where it ends at Paran down to Lakeville. And there were several Petaluma speakers complete to do it this fall. That was their comments. And several speakers encouraged them to complete it from Lakeville into Water Street, that last 500 feet. And so it was nice to have Petaluma speakers talking to Smart's listening session. They also mentioned that the McDowell to Pengrove, much longer piece, isn't this year, it'll be in next year's budget. And also just want to give a big shout out to Relief, which most of the council members made a point to visit and encourage. It's just amazing how much good work good folk can get done. A great Petaluma feeling. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember King.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I've got a few liaison reports. The Transit Advisory Committee met. We approved 3 items that will be coming back to the council soon. Primarily grant applications and other applications for funding to help fund the transit program, and also a grant application for funds to purchase a zero emission bus. I don't know when that's coming to the council, but typically it's within a month or 2 of our meeting. Ridership is increasing compared to last year. And it seems to be increasing monthly, but it's still substantially below the pre-COVID rates with both paratransit and our regular Petaluma transit. So people are returning, but they're returning a little more slowly than we would hope. Sonoma Clean Powers Board also met since our last meeting. One of the things we do this time of year is take positions on various bills coming before the state legislature. We voted to approve SB 884, sponsored by Senator McGuire, which requires accelerated distribution line undergrounding plans, and also supported SB 833, Senator Dodd, creating a grant program to local communities to apply for funding to develop energy resilience plans. Priority for funding would go to low-income and disadvantaged communities experiencing power outages. And one other thing about Sonoma Clean Power, the Advanced Energy Center is open. And I want to make this offer to anyone in the public, but certainly to my colleagues who are aware of groups. I've actually made the offer to a few block captains in the Cool City Challenge just this weekend that I ran into. The tours are happening and group tours are encouraged. And I'm encouraging it to that group in particular, but to anyone. One way for us to meet our climate goals, particularly with respect to building, but also transportation, is for people to get information about what is available to them that can make the switch from natural gas appliances to electric more affordable, EV options that may make it a little more affordable for some folks. And there's this is a good way to do it. It's up. I'm drawing a blank on the street. It's right in downtown. Fourth, yeah, thanks. 4th Street. It's near the Russian River Brewery, so you can do a double header. You can go to. I recommend the Advanced Energy Center first, so you retain what you need to retain, and then should you like to go to the brewery, then you go there. But please contact me so that you can avoid some of the red tape that's associated with contacting an agency like that. And lastly, Saturday the 9th, it's been mentioned about Relief, but Relief was started at 9 o'clock. I went from there to the Miracle League fundraiser, which was a wiffle ball tournament over at the Miracle League field, which was very crowded, looked very successful, hopefully raised a fair amount of money. but there were teams from all over the community. And then I filled in for the mayor and vice mayor at the yacht club for the opening of the river. So my takeaway is that people are looking to get out, and I expect a huge crowd this Saturday at the parade. So I will see everybody there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I'll just add that we also kicked off the Petaluma panel for the fair lottery group last Wednesday. And so that is with Healthy Democracy. So that's a really exciting other first for our city. And I'd just like to reiterate that this Saturday is the Butter and Egg Day Parade after a 2-year hiatus. So please join us if you want. So with that, I'm going to ask the city manager for her comments.
Thank you, Mayor. Just wanted to expand a little bit. And you had mentioned when we opened the meeting that we were in a hybrid meeting. And I just want folks who are watching virtually to know that we are indeed ironing out some technology challenges, because we do want to retain the hybrid nature of this meeting and do it in person as well as virtual. So we are targeting May 2nd for both in-person and virtual meeting. Also on May 2nd, staff will be bringing back our goals and priorities for more of a refinement of our initial conversation with council. And so we'll be spending some time on that. And then May 9th is our budget workshop. And that concludes my comments for this evening.
Thank you very much. Agenda changes and deletions to the current agenda only. I don't see any changes to that. So we'll move on to approval of the minutes for April 4th, unless someone has any comments or corrections, which I am not seeing. The meeting minutes will stand approved as delivered, and move on to the approval of the proposed agendas for May 2nd and the budget workshop for May 9th. And can I get a motion on that?
I'll make it.
Vice Mayor Posake makes the motion, and Councilmember McDonald makes the second. So we will have a roll call vote on that.
Mayor Barrett,
Yes.
council members Barnacle,
Yes.
Fisher,
Yes.
Healy,
Yes.
King,
Yes.
McDonald,
Yes.
Posake.
Yes.
Motion passed unanimously.
Thank you very much. And with that, we will move on to the consent calendar. And is anyone requesting anything be removed? Not seeing any requests. I will ask our city clerk if she has received any public comments on the agenda, on the consent calendar items.
Madam Mayor, we received 2 public comments that have been posted online.
Thank you. So I will ask our moderator to see if there's anybody in the Zoom audience who would like to speak on the consent calendar items.
Madam Mayor, there are 23 attendees, and I do not see any hands raised for public comment.
Thank you. With that, we'll close public comment on the consent calendar, and I will ask for a motion. And Councilmember King?
So moved.
A second. Councilmember Barnacle? Second. Okay, so motion by King, second by Barnacle. We'll have a roll call vote on the consent calendar.
Mayor Barrett,
Yes.
council members Barnacle,
Yes.
Fisher,
Yes.
Healy,
Yes.
King,
Yes.
McDonald,
Yes.
Posake.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you very much. And we're on to new business. And this is item 4A, to adopt a resolution allocating $650,000 in American Rescue Plan Act, ARPA funds to a universal basic income pilot program in conjunction with Petaluma People Services Center, and authorizing the city manager to execute all necessary documents to implement the program. Assistant City Manager Brian Cochran. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and good evening, council members. Just doing a mic check quickly. Is it volume okay? All right. Thank you. And this evening, we are recommending approval of a resolution to allocate the final $650,000 of the city's ARPA funding. I'll define that abbreviation, which is the American Rescue Plan Act. That was the large federal stimulus bill that was approved in the spring of 2021. We analyzed the Treasury rules and the guidance around the various uses. It's very flexible funding. And in August of last year, the council approved the initial allocations. The city had a total of $8.3 million. And so the vast majority of that, about 7.7 million, was allocated. There were a variety of projects and programs that the council considered, including a number of infrastructure projects to renovate city facilities, make sure they were safe and could welcome back the public into our buildings, as well as safe for staff, analyzing our public safety facilities, implementing a couple of special projects like jumpstarting the skate park redesign, as well as addressing some of our communities in need with assistance such as childcare, additional support for local food banks, as well as small business loan forgiveness that the council had previously approved with city funds as a loan program, turning that into a grant program. So there were a wide variety of projects and programs that were initially implemented, with one exception, which was $650,000 that was initially recommended to alleviate or relieve delinquent utility customer accounts. So we had seen a large uptick in unpaid water and sewer bills, and it was pretty clear that much of that or most of that was related to the pandemic, unemployment, folks not being able to pay their bills. And at that time, the total balance that we were looking at being delinquent was about $650,000. So we had recommended that. On the other hand, there were some state programs that were in the works to help cities and counties with that backlog of unpaid utility bills. So the council at that time, back in August of last year, decided to hold off, wait and see how those state programs went, and then potentially come back. And also at that time, there was a subcommittee appointed, which was council members Barnacle, McDonald, and Posake, to look at some additional outreach opportunities, analyze what communities maybe we hadn't reached with the city's efforts up to that point in terms of COVID relief and COVID response, and then return back to the council with some potential recommendations. So subcommittee did go ahead and meet on 2 different occasions. There was about a 3-month gap in between those meetings. And in that time, city staff worked directly with Petaluma People Services Center to analyze many of the different communities in need that we have in Petaluma. And so with their existing client base, as well as all of the folks that they were hearing from during the pandemic, they put together a variety of potential options, which we then shared with the subcommittee in December of last year. And the one that kind of rose to the top and the subcommittee ultimately ended up recommending was to go with a universal basic income program, at least a pilot program for universal basic income. So in very broad strokes, that's a program that would identify families in need who would be then signed up for the program if they meet certain qualifications in terms of income and other criteria. And then they would basically be sent a monthly check, or they would have a regular, recurring, reliable payment that would be income to that family to help them with any of the basic needs that they may have, whether it's childcare or food or rent or utility bills, et cetera. And so the subcommittee and staff felt that this program was attractive because it really doesn't target any one sector or any one particular need. It really lets the families and the recipients of those funds decide how they best need to spend that money to support themselves. Concurrently with that as well, we thought it was exciting that we knew that Sonoma County was going to be ramping up some programs targeting universal basic income with some grant funds that they were going to be rolling out. And so indeed that did occur. And in February, March of this year, they released a pretty sizable grant notice of funding availability. And so Petaluma People Services did go ahead and submit for that grant. So we're still waiting to hear the results. We're about a month away from actually hearing whether that grant will be awarded. But this appeared to us to be a real opportunity to leverage city funding. So we could go ahead and put in the 650 from Petaluma, but also leverage that to get county funds. There are also some state programs that may be coming down that will incentivize communities to roll out universal basic income programs. And so we felt with that leveraging capability, this really was an exciting way to not just help out our community to the tune of 650,000, but potentially much more than that. So since we are collaborating with Petaluma People Services potentially on this program, we do have Elise Hempel with PPSC here. She is logged in as a panelist. Oh, I see her face up on the Zoom module there. So Elise can provide a little more detail on some of the decisions that we'll be needing to make as the program rolls out in terms of design criteria, income levels, and things like that. So Elise, take it away.
Great. Thank you, Brian. Thanks for teeing that up. Madam Mayor and council members and city staff, thank you for an opportunity to talk about universal basic income. However, in Petaluma, I'd really like to encourage us to think about rebranding it. So it's Yes We Can Petaluma, and it's an opportunity for us to reach a little bit deeper to the families and individuals that we work with on a daily basis to really actually help give them an opportunity to move the needle on their lives. When you look at the data and the statistics that happen with universal basic incomes, first out of Stockton, then in Compton, and now even in Marin County, what we're seeing is not only are the individuals able to change their income status, they're also able to get access to additional services that actually help hold them up and give them an opportunity to actually become sustainable. And so that's really exciting. The other exciting part is PPSC has applied with a collaborative of 8 other nonprofits in Sonoma County to leverage their ARPA dollars. Now, in Petaluma, one of the things that we have is a population census tract that really doesn't rise to the top through the qualified census tract demographics. We don't necessarily have a Roseland where there's a large pocket of people living in poverty. But what we do know is that we have people all over our city living in poverty, and they're struggling to find the ability to kind of prop themselves up and find the resources that they need to. This Yes We Can Petaluma program would allow us to be part of a larger program. And we will get some of those dollars if that funding is approved, and that goes to the Board of Supervisors in late May. And there will be dollars available. But what it will allow us to do is actually partner with the county to get the program overview and development that aligns with the rest of the Sonoma County, so that we'll be able to keep the $600,000 in Petaluma or $650,000 in Petaluma and directly help those that are getting the services. But because of this collaboration, we'll have additional dollars that we'll be able to use to support PPSC staff to do this. And so the dollars will be completely available for Petaluma residents. So it's a win-win for getting the additional support we need to provide those services. We did do a little bit of research because I know early on we wondered, because we've been providing the Petaluma's CDBG CV, which is COVID-specific rental assistance, then kind of set that aside when other funding sources came in, and that included the CARES Act through Sonoma County funding, and then the emergency rental assistance programming through federal, state, then back to the federal funding. And since March of 2020 to March of 2022, we've provided $62,469 in rental assist or water assistance through the rental assistance program, because that's only available to tenants, the water assistance. So I just wanted to make sure that you understood there is programs for tenants to get that rental assistance paid, and those programs still exist because even though the ERAP program is gone on hold until some additional funding comes through, we're now able to then re-implement our City of Petaluma CDGB CV, which is the COVID specific dollars to help pay down some of those rents that are still being unpaid, if you will. In conversation about the unpaid water bills and is it smart to divert this money to not pay the water bills? It would be, if we wanted to do something, we could work with the city to come up with a program for people who actually aren't renting. But then again, the onus would be on those that need those assistance to actually apply. And so trying to figure out how we could manage that would be a complicated thing. Brian, do you have any other questions that came up that need to be addressed?
Yeah, Elise, maybe just walk through some of those program design criteria that you and your staff have been thinking about in terms of the income levels or other things that we may want to consider, size of the family, that sort of.
So there's all different kinds of funding that actually is being discussed at the state level, and so we're trying to figure out how we can design a program in partnership with Sonoma County, with the conversations that we've had with the subcommittee that we were working with, and who would benefit from this. In Marin County, their program is working with those mothers who are considered very low income, so under 30% AMI, and very low income new mothers or pregnant and women of color. Now, when we start to boil down the statistics in Petaluma, when we start to look at the women of color who would qualify for that, if we boil out those that are Latinx and those that are Black or of other colors, our demographics starts to drop pretty dramatically. And so our goal would be to work with the city and the subcommittee to really refine and define who it is that we want to have as part of this pilot program, so that we can actually look at whether or not we are really moving the needle on the demographics that were impacted. We all know that COVID really did impact those that are very low and low income in Petaluma, including those that of color were more dramatically impacted, because the ones that were not able to work from home had to stay home and do childcare, had to participate in providing additional support to family members who were COVID positive. All of those lost their abilities to actually continue to work. And so this would help prop them up, get them back started in the programming. The county program, we're looking at setting it up as a lottery. Now, again, I want to make sure everybody understands, if Petaluma puts money into this, the money that Petaluma puts into this program stays in Petaluma, just like our rental assistance program that the city of Petaluma puts in, or even our home delivered meals or our other programs that we provide countywide. If it's Petaluma money, it's Petaluma specific. And so we can actually finesse the Petaluma residents with the Petaluma dollars who would get that support. And then because we have the county collaborative, we could then find others that may not fit in the Petaluma criteria, but could fit into the lottery for the Petaluma residents that would qualify. So it's a complicated thing. I'm not saying that it's going to be easy, and it's not one of those programs that I can get up and running, like our Bridge the Gap program, which we were able to pivot, and our COVID rental assistance, which we were able to pivot really fast because we've been running existing programs. This would be a newer program, but again, we would be part of a larger collaborative and then could Petalumanize it so that we really are meeting the needs of those in our community who would need those additional support. Those under the 30% AMI, which in Petaluma, again, we don't have large pockets, is but the highest concentration of our lowest income individuals are currently in that Lucchese McDowell Family Resource Center, because we have a lot of low income housing in those areas. And so it could start there, but then again, we have done a really good job in our community of making sure that that housing is available to low-income individuals in different communities and neighborhoods. So we would have the ability to kind of reach out into the bigger neighborhoods too.
That's great, Elise. Thank you for that. And I think I would just conclude City Council by mentioning that if there's one section of the staff report that I didn't touch on, which was if the council opts not to move forward with this program, the ARPA dollars are very flexible. So we did put in some additional alternatives. You could almost dream up anything that the city is going to spend money on, and we could slot it into ARPA in some way. We put in the staff report just, I think, 6 or 7 examples of things that we could reallocate this funding for. But again, you could kind of let your imagination run with how we could go ahead with those dollars if the council does not want to move forward with the universal basic income program tonight. So thank you, and Elise and I and the city staff are happy to answer questions.
Thank you. Regarding your last comment, I would like to ask the question. I thought this money was actually supposed to be aimed at alleviating issues that were caused by COVID.
Yeah, that's a good question. There were 4 big categories or big buckets that we could spend the money on. Some of those categories were very flexible. In fact, the most flexible of the 4 is effectively a category that says if the city had lost revenues due to COVID, then you can use ARPA dollars to backfill those lost city revenues. And then they basically just look like city general fund. So that's one way. When I'm saying they're flexible, is that we can, once they are deemed to be revenue loss dollars, then they're really flexible in terms of how we can use them. So we're addressing them via COVID by the fact that the city's revenue sources were impacted through COVID, whether it's sales tax or hotels being closed, lost hotel tax, those sorts of things.
Okay, so the other question I have is that did we get the $240,000 from the state to backfill monies that we did not get from users of water and wastewater?
Yes, we did.
So the $900,000 that as of December, is that the amount that is outstanding that has not been paid even with that $240,000?
So it is lower now. We received the 240,000. We also have seen ups and downs, right? So some people have come into currency or current payment status. Others maybe have fallen delinquent. We also, and just to clarify one thing, the 240,000 that you're referencing, that was only for water customers. There's a similar program that the state, we believe, is rolling out very soon for wastewater customers, and that will be another 200,000 plus. So we'll get another payment from the state, and so that will reduce our arrearages even more than the initial water payment.
So I'm looking for a number on the total delinquent.
Yes, so one second. It looks like our finance director is estimating after the wastewater payment comes in that we would be down to about 484,000 in backlog.
And what are our expectations in terms of trying to recoup that money from something like from the people who owe it, as
Right.
opposed to any other program?
So we can treat the payments as we normally would with sending them to collections, that sort of thing. I don't think we have an estimate on the likelihood of whether or not those payments would be collected. But because if you're still living in your house, you're still accruing water and sewer charges, obviously. So that we keep those accounts open until they move out, they close the account, et cetera. And then we go through the collections process. So we eventually may collect that money, but if we don't, then we do end up writing it off, but only after the account's been closed out and we go through that closing process.
Okay, well, I just want to say that I do have some heartburn about having that debt and having this money and not putting it toward that at this time. But I will just ask other council members if they have any questions on the presentation. Councilmember Healy.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So my questions were along a similar line as yours. And Brian, thank you for the email responding to council questions that came out mid-afternoon today. Unfortunately, the public doesn't have the benefit of this. But in that email, you estimated the current total delinquency at about $780,000, most of which was residential. And then in response to the next question, the answer was a little bit unclear. But what I was trying to get at, you do say that the city staff expects water and water utility shutoffs for non-payment to begin in June. So we're a few weeks away from that. And then another question I had that was in here was if we don't recover the funds from the delinquent accounts, does that basically get borne by other ratepayers? And the answer appears to be yes, because you talked about our new rate design program and revenue expectations, and also the fact that the city writes off bad debt after 60 days after the final closing bill. So is it fair to say that if we don't get funds, if these back arrearages paid, that we're going to be looking at our paying customers to pay for that as well?
Yes, that's, sorry, turn my mic off. Yes, that's fair.
Okay.
Yes, it's fair. And I would just mention one other thing, that we are also looking at a federal program that may compensate the city a little bit for some of these. But yes, at the end of the day, when we do our new rate study, we're going to look at existing fund balances as well as the capital and revenue needs of the utilities.
So I understand there's a desire for and among a lot of folks for universal basic income, but if we're still waiting for the county to make a decision on this grant application, if we're still waiting for the state to possibly sprinkle more money on this, if we don't know what the status of the state's wastewater backfill program is there any pressing need to make this decision tonight? Can we push this off a month or two to see what plays out in these areas?
I don't think there's anything immediately pressing. Elise may want to weigh in if she sees, certain timelines or dates that we don't want to miss. We could definitely bring this back at a future date.
I mean, I kind of see this as committing to something on the hope that something else happens that we don't control.
Yeah, Elise, I don't know if you have any thoughts in terms of the timeline of the grant announcement. And
Yeah, I do think the process, we're going to, if we get the approval from the Board of Supervisors in May 24th, I think is the supervisors meeting, then the process would move forward. And I think, Brian, you got the RFP that we submitted. There's a multiple steps. The first step would be, again, convening the group. So there would be an opportunity to bring in additional dollars. And we're all out looking for additional dollars to try to leverage this to make it the most beneficial pilot project in Sonoma County. There is going to be in July additional dollars for foster care youth who are aging out or pregnant that will probably be able to be added into these dollars. The hope with the county funding is that because it would be a countywide program, we would also then be able to continue to provide to those individuals who get this income, the existing services, whether it be access to Sonoma Works program, which of course is a program that we operate, or the CalFresh, which is the SNAP program, which is access to food, again, another program that we operate. And so it's leveraging all of the existing PPSC programs and contracts that we have with the county. So waiting is not, it can happen. It would be ideal to be able to kind of go back with the subcommittee and then put together, when we know that the funding would be available, what the program would look like specifically in Petaluma. So that would be to the benefit of all of us.
And I think the only thing I would add is that the ARPA funds do have a spending deadline of December of 2024. So if we want to look at something like a 2-year time period to pay out the universal basic income payments, we theoretically would want this program up and running no later than December of 2022, so that the recipients of the payments can receive the full 2 years benefit.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember King.
Thank you. I also wanted to ask some questions about the utility shortage. And maybe using some of these fundings, whether it's part of a universal, basic universal income program, to require those residential customers that have a delinquent account to pay a portion of whatever they received under this program toward the account. I have real concerns about shutting people off in June or July or whenever we wind up doing it. And I have equal concerns about putting the burden on the other ratepayers to cover that amount. So I guess my question is along the lines of, and if we're going to shape this going, take a break tonight and shape it going forward, is to figure out some way to deal with the utility element of this, because it is a real issue. In addition, it looks like between the state and the federal government, there's still going to be funding coming down the pike. Quite frankly, 484,000 is we're in better shape, it sounds like, from the funding from the state. If the wastewater money comes in, than the city was when we first looked at this by about $116,000. So that would be my comment. I want to respect the subcommittee, and I think the program is laudable, but one of our basic functions here is to provide fresh water, and fresh water in and not fresh water out. And there are cities around this country who have failed to do that. I don't want to be one of them. I don't think we're in any danger of that, but we do need to have the funds to do our capital improvement programs too. So that's my comment. I do have one question. I don't know if anybody knows the answer, but if we do a basic income program, is this taxable income to these folks?
No, it's not taxable income because it's considered an assistance program. And I can guarantee you almost everybody or anybody who would qualify for this is not a homeowner. And so they probably have taken advantage of the rental assistance program that already has paid down their water bill through this. Again, with universal basic income, one of the tenets is that the individual who's receiving this guaranteed basic income payment is able to use it how they want. Most of them use it for childcare or paying down their bills if there's not other resources available. I would encourage the city to look and see if the rents, and I don't know if you can do this, but if the water bills owed are for people living in housing, not renting, because I think that there is a distinction there, and some of those individuals may be taking advantage of a situation because they're not getting their water turned off, and may traditionally be people who paid their water bill last and are taking advantage of the situation that the city's not turning off the water. I just think there may need to be some additional research on how who's not paying the bill. Like I said, we've paid $62,000 in water bills for tenants in Petaluma just in the last 2 years. So if they're a tenant and they're behind on their rent and need their water bill paid, they probably are already using our existing programs to get that assistance. So I'm guessing that a lot of the unpaid water bill is actually homeowners who are not for whatever reason, and they could have been impacted by COVID, but and they didn't qualify for the emergency rental assistance programs. So that's, you know, the caveat. Is there a delta where we could mesh those two? But with universal basic income, it's really hard to say you have to pay your water bill with that. That's not the intent of that program. It's empowering them to work with the agency to better understand their bills. They work with the agency to understand how to manage their dollars. They work with the agency in order to get available employment, because now they have the access to pay additional childcare with this guaranteed basic income. It's those kinds of things that we work through with them.
Well, thanks. Well, those are my questions. I guess I do have concerns about our delinquent accounts. And I'd be inclined to at least see where the grant process goes with the county, and perhaps bring this back sometime in June, early June, if it's feasible. But I also will comment, I don't have any direct opposition to this suggestion by the subcommittee. I think it could do a lot of good as well, and probably would fall well within the direction of ARPA.
Councilmember Barnacle.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a few questions. Has staff looked at the delta of renters versus homeowners, and any analysis about income or what's causing the non-payment?
So we do have the breakdown of single family homes versus multifamily, but obviously that doesn't catch if folks are renting a single family home. But with that said, 96% of the delinquency in residential bills is from single family homes, and only 4% is multifamily. So to me, just looking at that statistic, that does speak to what Elise said a minute ago, that many of the renters are receiving some sort of assistance, which is why you see the delinquencies so high, weighted toward the single family side.
And have they been notified of the June deadline for being turned off? And if so, what's been the general response on that?
You know, there's a pretty robust process that we have to go through before we can turn water bills, or excuse me, water service off. The council recently approved the policy around that, which was via a state legislation called SB 998. So we do have to go through multiple notifications. There's a minimum of a 60-day waiting period, I believe, before we can turn their bill off. So there are a number of steps. I don't know right now where we are kind of in that process, but we do now have the tools to be able to do that. But I know that Corey mentioned that in the response to the question that the turnoffs may begin starting in June. I just don't know kind of where we are on that multi-step process to go ahead with that.
Okay, final question. Was there any engagement of the schools in the outreach?
Not specifically to the school districts, no. But I would just mention that many of the clients that Elise and PPSC serve every day have school-aged children. Like she mentioned, they're paying for childcare, or they would be with the universal basic income payment. And so we're therefore indirectly reaching school-aged kids that are within our community.
Councilmember McDonald.
Thank you. When this concept was brought to the subcommittee, I was really excited about it. I think it's a really good idea, and it fits a niche in our services in town. And but there were two premises brought to us at that same time to think about. One was we thought we were odds on filling the utility gap, and so I'm kind of sympathetic or agreeable to a timing shift on the outcome of this, or the start date of this. And we also, I can't remember the second part of that part was, but I have, let's see. The other part of this is that I'm curious if staff can talk more about who the best beneficiaries are of this program. I've heard a mention of 30% AMI, but in the studies that have been completed, do we have data what the AMI of the people who benefit best from this are? I know the understanding is the funds are for their own expenditure, but and I think that's a positive thing. There's also a consequence to having further aid, where one new aid kind of cuts back on a different aid that recipients might have. And yeah, is that associated with the AMI level, or how do we have people benefit and not suffer a loss of other benefit? I mean, I'll make that the first question.
Yeah, I would ask Elise to chime in, but I know that there was sensitivity to folks not losing other aid if they go ahead and are entered into this program.
That's correct. And the research that has been done around a guaranteed income, it's usually associated with childhood poverty. And you don't have to spend much time at PPSC to see that childhood poverty is something that we in Petaluma don't often hit head on, if you will. We see it every day at PPSC, but it's not something we talk about, in part because there's this the advantage or disadvantage to not having these high concentration numbers in a certain census tract really does impact how we see poverty in our community. I know that the work that has been done for a lot of these programs with the universal basic income is that stabilization of the household income actually then starts to reduce the parental stress. In communities that have these programs, they see a dramatic decrease in child protective services calls. They see a dramatic increase in kids' attendance in school. They see a long-term effect of the childhood trauma not impacting the residents as they move through to high school age, then on to college or trade school, and then as adults. If you spend any time with our unsheltered individuals, you will realize and recognize that most of them, if you gave them the ACEs questions, are living the way they're living because of childhood trauma that impacted them. And probably 70% of them would say they were children that grew up in poverty. And so those types of things really do follow you through your life cycle if we don't put the stopgap in it. For me, what I see this program, and I know any of you who spend a lot of time with me know that intervention and prevention programs, although they feel like they cost a little bit more upfront, and we don't necessarily always see the youth we don't call out youth success, or we don't call out the prevention and intervention because we don't see them in our homeless shelters, and we don't see them in our jails, and we don't see them dropping out of our school, and we don't see them in our diversion programs. But these intervention and prevention programs, which is really what this is, get to the root cause earlier in the life cycle of the children that are going to be part of this program. When the question was asked, who would participate? Most programs focus on single parent homes, mothers, usually mothers living in poverty already, probably second or third generation living in poverty. And so there's this prevention or intervention program that this really causes to help stop that need.
Thank you. Yeah, I am worried about the ACEs things. I think just to solve homelessness, you need to solve the conditions that started, and upstream interventions and are critical, like you're mentioning. I'm more worried in this particular program that the 30% is maybe too low. 30% is kind of the bar for housing, no housing, and unsheltered, and whether at that point the need is for a program that might not be this program. So love the program, want to run with it, but the details are, to be worked out about what the actual AMI point would be. And then my other concern on this program is I think it's fabulous, but I don't think it's a solution. I think the question is what happens next? What happens in 2 years when we've done this? Will we go the way that Stockton did? And I don't believe they were able to re-up their program. Will we be a data point, or how do we have enduring change?
And to your point, council member, I think it's really important. So I live this every day, and I had no idea until we started running the emergency rentals program during COVID, how many families are living under one roof in Petaluma. We sometimes have 4 or 5 families living under one roof. And so those individuals, and because we have that data, those individuals would be the first that we would reach out to and have a conversation is if you had this additional money, how would you use it, and how would it impact your life? And I do believe that for most of them, it would be this balance between additional childcare, expanding my opportunities to work a little bit more so that I can have that income and that stability with my job. And then that next thing would be to be able to secure housing so I could be able to live on my own with my children. I think that would be the step process that most of them would say that they would want to go through if they had the access to this additional funding. And yes, Stockton's program ended, but I think you all know me well enough. I'm not going to start something that I don't think I can finish. And that doesn't mean in 2 years when the funding runs out, I come back and say, give me more funding. That means that the day you say, this is something we're going to do, is the day I start writing more grants for foundation funding and state funding and federal funding so that we can continue to grow that program. I think that's something that I am, that's part of my DNA.
Thanks. That's my big question.
Okay, thank you. Vice Mayor Posake.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I, of course, supported this when it came before the subcommittee. And I suppose it's not a secret that I think we need to make big changes in a lot of ways to get through where our society is headed. And I think that to me, this is one of them. I believe there's more talk about this at all levels of government. I think that in trying to investigate this further myself in regards to some of the concerns that folks have had. One, for example, is that perhaps we didn't do in-person outreach or engagement of the community. I found Jesus Guzman in Healdsburg at Corazon, who was involved in the early stages there several months ago, that they called together some focus groups and found that there was a virtual consensus about taking care of children and about using UBI to do childcare. I've also heard concerns that there's not enough, that $500 or $600 a month is a drop in the bucket. But again, what he reports is that folks in these focus groups felt that $500 would make a massive interest in their lifestyle, and that they'd rather have $500 a month for 2 years than $1,000 a month for 1 year. Again, I hope everyone knows these things already. It's not that I have no concern for ratepayers. I'm one in terms of the utility bills, but I suppose I'm also influenced by the fact that staff has forwarded this recommendation despite knowing where that balance starts right now. And so those are my comments, and I certainly don't have an issue with waiting a few weeks to see what progresses further. But I guess I'll just end by saying that I think if we move in this direction sooner rather than later, it's going to give us a step up on any state and federal funds that become available. And in my heart, I think that's going to happen very soon. Thanks.
Thank you very much. And I would have one more question for Elise, if you don't mind. You mentioned that there were 8 nonprofits already signed on to work on this. And can you tell me who they are?
Let's see if I can remember them. Cortisone, Hillsburg, because Hillsburg, the city of Hillsburg's already invested $250,000 with Cortisone. And they've actually launched the first phase of their program. The county collaborative would then help them expand their program. The others, let's see, CPI, California Parenting Institute, Community Action Partnership. Both of those are based out of Santa Rosa, and the city of Santa Rosa is looking at or committed to investing. I'm trying to find my actual numbers. They're going to invest $960,000 of their ARPA funds into this project. There is a PPSC. As part of PPSC, one of our fiscal agents is the Family Resource Center and the Petaluma Adult School. Most people don't realize that I run those too, but and then there is River to Coast out in the West County area, and La Luz is looking at partnering. They haven't committed to partnering. So, and First Five with the county would be the lead agency, and the total amount of the project for direct funding for direct assistance that we're asking for at the county is $7,470,000 would be used for the direct assistance. So that money from Petaluma, again, would stay in Petaluma, but be part of this larger pool of dollars. And then we would, as PPSC, also draw dollars down from that direct assistance to be able to add additional support for residents in Petaluma.
Thank you very much. And I see Councilwoman Fisher has her hand up.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. I just want to say I'm very supportive of this program and moving forward as quickly as possible. I think having that money just sitting there not benefiting our families as it could, I don't think we should wait. I think we should actually move forward with it now. I'd rather not wait a few weeks, and June is actually more than a few weeks off. I think the sooner we can get this program up and running, again, let's be leaders on this and show, you know, show the world what we can do. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. So we've heard from the council, so I will ask our clerk if she has received any public comments on this item.
Madam Mayor, the city received 1 public comment, which has been posted online.
Thank you. So I will ask the moderator, see if there's anybody in the Zoom audience who would like to speak on this item.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. There are 28 attendees and 3 hands raised. First is Paul G. Please unmute, Paul.
Yes, thank you for the time. That was a very principled discussion. And I think it's a good idea to take a look at how to best spend this money. And I think when you do that, it's a really good idea in a staff report to show both what your plans were and what your actuals were. And when I read through the staff report, what did I see? I saw the plans of what we voted through in August saying, oh, we spend this much money on this and that much money on this. I don't see any actuals in there. And I think it's important that you show both because, you know, the plan is one thing, what you actually do is another thing. And so when you take a look at how much money, this is about $8.3 million that was essentially handed to you by the federal government in order to essentially help out because the federal government created this problem for ourselves with this ridiculous, let's lock down the economy strategy. This never should have happened. Obviously, you see all the economies around the world that never did it fared much, much better. And so the point is that we're, you know, having to live with these problems created for us, but this is not free money. Come on, when you print trillions of dollars to hand them out to local governments, all you have to do is walk down to your local grocery store to see what's going on. It is just huge inflation that's coming right at us. And it's all created by a government that is deciding to take steps in order to move society along. and take away what you have now and march you to something else. Well, you don't have any control over that. You're just being given $8.5 million and you're deciding how you're going to best spend it. Well, you actually did get a whole 1% extra in your sales tax, and that was really to pay for some of the maintenance things that are coming up. But of that 8.5 million, you spent about 4 million on yourselves, right? You just did that, and you had all kinds of upgrades to your public, the police and the fire, and the city hall had a $2.5 million thing in there, and so you took a good big chunk for yourselves, and so then less than half of that went out to the people. And so I don't think you should have any hesitation in spending this money on the people of Petaluma. That's exactly what it was for. It wasn't for you taking maintenance items and sticking it into this $8.5 million. And so I'm going to be really, and you take a look at what the other uses could be for the 650,000. It was like more increases and benefits to police and fire and government things. Stop eating so thoroughly at the trough, local government, and think more about your people and absolutely spend this money for their benefit. They're the ones who are victims from these government policies that were foisted upon them, and they're just having to make adjustments from it. Of course, help them, and let's get everybody back on our feet, because that is the most important thing to do. And you'll find ways to, not give yourself such handsome raises to our city manager and our city attorney and our planning director, and maybe think more about the people who are actually you're serving. And I think it's important to move forward and help them tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Next speaker is Zaira, followed by Rankusen. Please unmute, Zaira.
Yes, thanks, everyone. So I just want to make a quick comment that just as our fires brought the vast inequities in Sonoma County to the surface, so too has the COVID-19 pandemic. These inequities have not been new. The past disasters and pandemic have only proven that they've always existed. So this is nothing new. It is unfortunate that we couldn't provide Spanish translation to these meetings to hear about these types of decision making. This would have been a great opportunity for more community input. And there should absolutely be no shame in needing more than one aid so that folks can survive and make it. Root causes are key, as Elise has laid out. I mean, if our city council was able to spend $80K on 54 semi-automatic M40 rifles, we can certainly support a UBI plan, because again, racial inequities are real all over Sonoma County. So I'm glad to hear that PPS used Corazon-Hillsburg's GBI plan and a number of service providers that are involved. That does, I would like to continue to see that same collaboration with also Sonoma County's tenant union, who have a hotline for renters. They have data on that as well, who talk to renters every day. North Bay Organizing's project UndocuFund, again, they also tap into our undocumented community. And also for our Black residents to maybe try to reach out to Sonoma County NACP just to check in on those data for those specific communities. The only concern that I have is just the community engagement on programs, because we continue to see the lack of community input and data gathering. And I'll just end it with this, that we need to envision a world where we can have an economy of care. Thanks so much. Have a good night.
Thank you, Zaira. Next speaker is Rankusen, followed by Kate Greenspan.
Thank you. I'll let you set the timer. Perfect. So I just wanted to echo some comments that were made. This idea of printing money and then providing it to people in this current spate of funding that's come on from the American Recovery Act is not really getting at the core cause of what's going on. And actually the roots of UBI come, I know Andrew Yang popularized it, but come from basically an evolving economy, evolving technology, obviating the economic roles for a lot of people. So the roots of this concept of UBI come from people basically becoming outmoded and being replaced and not being able to find work. And so, as this continues, and in this case, we're focusing more on people that can't support their basic needs in the city of Petaluma. And I want to do everything we can to kind of take on this human costs and help alleviate suffering. But we have to understand that this is not a sustainable kind of future roadmap. And I understand that. And one of my big questions was, what happens if this is the pilot program? What happens when the 650,000 runs out? And the idea, and I appreciate Elise and all the hard work that she does, taking on probably a lot of jobs other folks wouldn't want to do, and dealing with situations other people wouldn't want to confront. But when we say we're going to find other money sources to keep this stream going, I think I just want to understand that there is some goal in mind in terms of transitioning people to some kind of sustainable lifestyle. And all that said, I don't believe in a system, kind of a mechanistic system that seems to grind people up at the altar of productivity and labor. I don't think that's the end goal of the human experience, but I do think that in this economic system that we currently have, we have to find a way for people to be sustainable and not necessarily rely on these kind of programs eternally. Now, obviously, this isn't UBI in a classical sense where everyone's getting a basic income. Again, this is more of a welfare program. So I would just add then, are there caveats to eventually getting people sustainable? Are there metrics to be gathered to when people can ideally transition off the program, as a family, or however that is tracked, if it's individual or family? And while the program goes on, are there basic, I don't want to say, obviously the money is being used as they see fit, but is there any hold in place, like with welfare, to make sure that it's not being spent on things that may be less than productive in the household? And you hate to go to the specter of drugs and alcohol, but that idea of people who have been victims of government policies around COVID and lost their jobs and everything like that, they may be inclined to spend that money on in ways that aren't necessarily job training. And so basically, are there limiters in place to make sure this money is spent for productive means? And do we have metrics to see that people are transitioning off the program to not make this something that stays in perpetuity? I think would be the goal. So.
Thank you, Rankusen. Our next speaker is Kate Greenspan.
Thank you. I just had a few brief comments. I really wanted to elevate what Councilmember Fisher said, and opting to start this program as soon as possible. I think the timing couldn't be better, and I really appreciated Elisa's insight and her expertise in this. I think everything that she said about children and the effect that this would have on the children of Petaluma, we have such a great opportunity to really pave the way for children to get a head start, and that's really where it should start. And those are the members of our community that we should be thinking about in the future of Petaluma. So to me, this is a no-brainer, and I would be really excited to live in a town that had a universal basic income pilot program. I just think it's such a great opportunity. So I'm glad to see it on the council agenda tonight. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Kate. Our next and last speaker is Josh Simmons. Please unmute, Josh.
Thank you. Good evening, City Council, City staff. My name is Josh Simmons. I'm a member of the City's General Plan Advisory Committee and Technology Advisory Committee. An emerging theme in the GPAC is the role Petaluma sometimes plays as a leader in the region, and a desire among committee members and all the community members who have participated in the general plan update process to see Petaluma really fully embrace that leadership role as we tackle the most difficult challenges of our time head on. To that end, I would like to add my voice in support of approving the UBI resolution that is in front of you tonight. Universal Basic Income is a program with a strong basis in evidence, not only globally, but elsewhere in California and Sonoma County as well. It's been discussed in Santa Rosa, was approved in Healdsburg 2 months ago. And people are hurting in Petaluma right now. Right now. Let's lead and let's do it with empathy. And let's also be real, punting on this leaves PPSC, a nonprofit doing the hard work of implementing all manner of services on the city's behalf in coordination with an incredible alliance of nonprofits. Punting on this leaves PPSC and its partners in a position with uncertainty and an inability to fully plan before they go to the county in June and work to implement UBI as quickly as possible. Please trust your staff on this matter and approve this evidence-backed resolution tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. There are no more speakers.
Thank you. With that, we'll close public comment on this item and bring it back to the council. So I see Councilmember Fisher has her hand up.
Yeah, I'm going to offer a motion to go ahead and approve the staff recommendation to adopt the resolution as written.
Okay, thank you. Vice Mayor?
And I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion by Fisher and a second by Posake.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
I'm going to offer a substitute motion to continue this matter to a date certain, specifically the second meeting in June.
Okay, so is there a second on that substitute motion?
Madam Mayor, I have a question.
Go
I don't know
ahead.
if this is the appropriate time or question and comment. Assuming for the sake of discussion that we approve this tonight, when would we begin distributing the money to these families? Would we be waiting until the county makes its decision at the end of May and that the program would actually roll out sometime in June or July? Do we know that at this point? The entire staff report talked about connecting our funding with funding from other sources. So when would this start?
Thank you for the question. We could begin designing our program immediately. I don't know, Elise, if you feel like the money could actually go out the door before we have the support of First Five in terms of the administrative infrastructure, but I think we could definitely hone what our program design criteria are going to be so that we're well prepared once we know the results of that county funding.
Okay. Can we?
Brian, I just want to weigh in. So the collaborative is already talking. They're already working. We're already laying the groundwork. Cortisone has taken some of the initial steps to get up and running, and so you know, our goal would be to probably be ahead of where the county is with getting it up and running and implemented. But at the same time, we don't want to get too far ahead of them because we want to make sure that the application process and the outreach to our community and the communication, because this is a hard thing to communicate, is clean and understandable and is able to really reach those individuals who would be mostly greatly impacted by this program. So yeah, you know, it's you know, we turned the SAFE team around really fast because we were able to get people who knew what they were doing. We are working with not only Jesus and his team up at Cortisone, and Jesus and I started the Day Labor Collaborative, which, you know, every other Saturday you can see me on the street corner. So I think that, you know, there's great evidence-based programming that already exists, and we're not going to recreate the wheel. We're going to look and say what's working in a community our size. How can we leverage the skill sets and the information that has been used? The other big part of this is to have, as part of the collaborative, is to have somebody who's actually able to analyze this data and have the flexibility using results-based accountability, which is what we're going to use and what we use at PPSC to do all of our programming, to really make changes in real time as we see issues come up also. So, you know, we could get going pretty fast.
Okay. And my comment is one of the bits of information that came up after I spoke last time was that among the residential delinquents on the utility accounts, 96% are single-family homes. That gives me a heck of a lot more confidence that those bills are going to get paid. Whether it's a homeowner, somebody owns the property, so they're not going to want their water turned off. And so anyway, that's my comment, and I'll stop there.
Thank you. So am I hearing a second anywhere? Okay, so I think the substitute motion dies. We have a motion on the floor. Councilmember Barnacle.
Thank you. I want to start by saying I'm a huge supporter of UBI. I'm not a huge supporter of the process we've gone through to get here. I thought we should have been doing this outreach for the first 8 million. I know I'm not going to rehash that, but the fact that we don't have any sense of who the people are that we're potentially going to start turning off water is a sign that we didn't do the outreach this time either. We had one meeting on the subcommittee to talk about the outreach methods. And then we had another meeting and we had one idea presented to us. And our goal was to guide the outreach efforts and then consider the alternatives and make a recommendation. And we didn't do that. We talked about the outreach methods. In the end, I don't think that they were carried out. We had one alternative, which doesn't really feel like we were deliberating over alternatives and making a recommendation. So while I totally support UBI, I really have trouble supporting this resolution tonight, especially knowing that people are going to start having their water bills threatened, and then they're going to get them, and we don't have a solution for that. So when I think I heard Santa Rosa has $900,000 for a city that I think is roughly about double our size. We're putting 650,000 in. Would we entertain reducing the scope to 400,000 or something less so that we can at least help people not have their water turned off because they weren't part of the UBI pilot, and because we decided to buy a new fire engine, and we decided to upgrade our facilities, and we decided to do design of a skate park. Is there anything we can do to actually reserve this for people who might need it that we just haven't actually reached out to? So I guess that's a question to the maker of the motion, if they would entertain reserving some funds, maybe scaling our investment in the UBI to what, roughly Santa Rosa is putting in. So that'd be 450K. So we have an extra 200K to actually cover people's water bills, because I don't think it's a bunch of people gaming the system.
So I will ask the maker of the motion if she'd like to respond to that.
I do not accept that friendly amendment for the moment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Healy.
So I had one follow-up question. A lottery selection process has been mentioned. Among the families who could conceivably be eligible, what percentage of those would likely be selected by the lottery to participate? Are we talking 5%? Are we talking 50%? Are we talking 90%? I have no clue from the staff report.
Yeah, I think we would need to decide how many applications are actually received before we could answer that. If we just look at kind of the state guidance minimum of, oh, sorry.
So the question wasn't who applies, the question is of people who are eligible. And I assume you have an idea of what number of families in town would be eligible for this. And out of those, what percentage of those are going to be lottery selected?
Yeah, Elise, do you want to chime in there? I was trying to do the quick math in my head in terms of if you have a 2-year program and it's $600 per month, $7,200 per year, so it's about $14,000 per family that would receive this money. You can, obviously divide that into whatever the total amount of funding is, and you get the total number of families. So then at least you have a sense of kind of with the guidelines that you're looking at, how many folks would actually be eligible in the first place.
It's a great question, Councilmember, and I don't have the number on that, in part because we don't know, we don't know how much would be able to come down from the county funding to help support or offset the city of Petaluma funding. But the one thing we have, if the county funding is approved, is we have much lower cost of providing the programs because that's written into the county grant. And so
I guess I was mostly interested in the city's contribution to this, assuming that the county doesn't come through and the council wants to vote on this tonight. What percentage of the eligible families would likely be lottery selected?
I don't know that number off the top of my head. I could do the math.
Would it be less than half?
Well, again, it would go back to what we set the AMI at, because there was a conversation earlier about where we go with the AMI or and what the cutoff would be. But based on that 30%, I would probably say it's probably more like 75% of those that would participate, just based on the AMI, knowing our demographics, would be able to participate if it was just the city of Petaluma only.
Thank you.
Okay, so there is a motion on the floor, and it has a second, and I think we'll go ahead and take a roll call vote.
Mayor Barrett,
Yes.
Council members Barnacle,
No.
Council Fisher,
Yes.
Healy,
No.
King,
Yes.
McDonald,
Yes.
Hosake.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-2. Council members Barnacle and Council members Healy voting no.
Okay, thank you very much for that very good discussion on that item. And we hope to hear more about this in the very near future. So this is bringing us on to item 4B. And this is the public notice of commencement of city council approval process of a proposed military equipment use policy in accordance with AB 481. And this will be our city attorney.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, for calling that item. It is, it tracks exactly to how it's titled tonight. This is a public notice item that's being brought in accordance with the requirements of AB 481. The bill actually only requires that that we submit the agenda materials that you have in the package tonight regarding military equipment use policy information, and military equipment is defined in the statute, and that also be posted on the website. But in a spirit of overkill in terms of transparency, and to make sure the public were fully aware of the process starting and their ability to participate in it, we wanted to actually agendize that information that's being shared with the council tonight, not for action, but just to receive the information. AB 481, it governs funding, acquisition, and use of military equipment as defined in the statute, and it's defined very broadly to encompass equipment that's not necessarily obtained from the military, and many items of which are in common use in police departments. The law requires that by May 1 of this year, the city must commence the approval process, and by bringing this item before the council tonight and sharing the information that's required to be shared on the statute, we are meeting that deadline. And the law further requires that after commencing the process and making this information available on police equipment and its use and the inventory of that, there's got to be a 30-day period prior to the council acting with respect to that equipment in accordance with the law. And so the staff plan to return to the council for council action and staff recommendation at that time, and to provide additional information to really explain what equipment is covered under the statute, what its intended use is, what its history in Petaluma is in terms of inventory and usage, training that's required for its use, et cetera. So staff's intent is to return to facilitate that discussion and answer council questions and members of the public questions at that time. We can receive, or are happy to receive questions, initial questions from the council and the public. tonight in preparation for that further discussion. But that's really the purpose of this matter tonight, is to provide extra public notice and commence that process in time with the requirements of the statute. And that concludes my introduction to this item, and I'd be happy to answer any questions. And I don't know if it's the police chief or the deputy chief that's also at the meeting ready to answer questions, but I know one of them at least is. And so we'll do our best to address any questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I will ask council members if there are any questions about this item. Oh, yes. Okay, Vice Mayor.
Thank you. I had one question having to do with the inventory. I think I know the answer, but I just wanted to be sure, because I think of inventory as stuff on hand. And after there's talk about the 2 armored vehicles that the police department has received from the military. It says alternative armored vehicles. I presume they don't have those. That's what we would get if we decided we had to get rid of the military vehicles. Is that correct? Or are these vehicles, do we have 4 armored vehicles right now?
Oops, I'm sorry. I think that's best addressed by, I think I see our police chief. Ken, would you mind? Thank you.
Councilmember Posta K. We currently in inventory have 2 vehicles that are military surplus vehicles. One is larger and can carry more personnel, and one is smaller for some of our smaller streets and access areas. The staff report mentions equipment that is produced not for the military, but for urban law enforcement. And so for council and the public's benefit, we indicated that there is an option to not have equipment designed for the military to meet the need that we have. So that's why that's in there. I hope that addresses your question. If not, I'd be happy to elaborate.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Well, I had asked a question when I was reading this. I was surprised to see that the assault weapons that were voted on in 2019 were not included in the inventory in the staff report. And I was told that because they're standard issue equipment, they are not included. And I understand that that's part of the definition of the law that is asking us to look at these items. But I would hope that when the report comes back, that any standard issue item that actually falls under the definition of military type equipment, and I believe there are 15 items that are called out, would also be included so that we know what our entire inventory is, even if it's not something that is going to be covered by this law and this policy. Just because I think that gives us a fuller view of what our police force has to protect the citizens of this city. And you know, I want everybody to be aware of the entire equipment that the Petaluma Police Department has. So I'd just like to suggest that be included, even though it, you know, as an aside or as an appendix. So thank you. Anybody else have any questions before we go to the public? Okay, I am not seeing any. So at this time, I will ask our city clerk if she has received any comments on this item.
Madam Mayor, 1 public comment has been received for this item and posted online.
Thank you very much. And I would ask the moderator to see if there's anybody in the Zoom audience who would like to speak to this item.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. There are a total of 28 attendees right now, and we have 3 hands raised. Just a reminder that this public comment is on the specific agenda item. First speaker is Paul G, followed by Zaira. And please unmute, Paul.
Well, let's take a quick look at AB 481 to see what its purpose is. And at least somebody in Sacramento is finally looking around and saying, let's do something about this, because this is not a good idea to actually deploy military equipment against the population of Petaluma. What they're saying is the acquisition of military equipment and its deployment in our communities adversely impacts the public safety and welfare, including increased risk of civilian deaths, significant risk to civil rights, civil liberties, and physical and psychological well-being. Further, in paragraph E, the lack of a public forum to discuss the acquisition of military equipment jeopardizes the relationship police have with the community, which can be undermined when law enforcement is seen as an occupying force rather than a public safety service. If you have the military equipment, you are an occupying force. What are we doing? We shouldn't be using any of this. In fact, our policy should be very simple and easy. No military equipment. It's not required. It's not necessary. It's not being set up by this bill. They're just saying there better be some public oversight, and people should realize, because you have to understand what's really going to go down now. If things are going to get tough for us, this is what they're going to do to subdue us. And none of this should be happening at a government of, by, and for the people. You should not be getting assistance of military equipment in order to make Petaluma a safe place to live. We don't need it. There's no justification to have it, spend money for it, or use it. We're not that unsafe a community. We don't have to prepare for whatever somebody else is trying to amp you up to believe it might be. This is something that you should do out of respect for the people of Petaluma. Our forward-looking policy is to say, no, thank you to any military equipment in our police department. We'll do just fine with treating our policemen and training them how to de-escalate better and making sure we do a good job in connecting with the community on a daily basis. And we will maintain peace that way. We don't have to do it top-down with armored vehicles. Oh, what's on the agenda here? A ground vehicle or a robot, a tactical robot? You want that? Am I off now? Or am I still going? Still going. That's what they want to spend for us. Unmanned aerial drone or ground vehicles, tactical robot. Do you want your community? Hey, I'm going to ask you to take a look at a video on Shanghai right now. They locked their people down in high rises for COVID-19 ridiculousness. The people only had 4 days of food stored up. They kept them in there for 2 weeks. People were upset. They have tactical robots running around the street, keeping them from buying groceries. Is this what you want for Petaluma? How about no tactical robots? I think that would be a much better idea. And let's stop spending money on military equipment that is unnecessary and wasteful.
Thank you, Paul, and I apologize for not getting the timer up so you could see that. Next speaker is Zaira, and that would be followed by, they would be followed by Rakusen. Please
Hey,
unmute.
thanks, everyone. So this is why it was important for you all approving and creating a hybrid civilian oversight and an independent auditor so that we can take a look at these written proposals. Ideally, the civilian oversight would have helped promoting this kind of conversation, held community workshops to educate community members about AB 481. And again, no Spanish translation. So several studies showed the acquisition and the use of military-grade equipment by law enforcement agencies does not reduce crime. We know this to be true during the George Floyd protests in Sonoma County that was reported by the Human Rights Commission report in 2020. And I just have a couple questions for you all to just think about and look at it, because what we are talking about here is military equipment for war. So drone use by law enforcement must be regulated. What equipment has been purchased with COVID funds? Is it ever appropriate to use military equipment against residents? If so, when? Does the policy define authorized uses of the equipment? That is, in what situations it can be legally used or only users who can use the equipment? AB 481 requires the policy to define authorized uses, but some police agencies do not define which uses are authorized, only proposing which officers are authorized to use it. Do any of the use policies name situation for authorized use, but with language like, including but not limited to these situations? If so, this has the effect of authorizing any and all uses, since the listed situation are only examples. Will uses of equipment, including planned uses such as SWAT deployments to serve warrants, be authorized when children or other vulnerable populations are present? Does the use policy govern when weapons or equipment are deployed or only when force is used? AB 481 requires policy governing all uses, not just uses of force. So language really does matter when we're looking into this. So if the use policy refers to another policy or general order, such as the use of force or firearms policy, does the referenced policy describe specific of authorized uses? Are all policies referenced in the military equipment policy on an accessible webpage linked to the military equipment use policy? Does the use policy exclude or prohibit use of military equipment for public relations purposes or activities, such as bringing an armed vehicle to a fair or school? Please consider these and look into it. I know there was no action items, but language does matter. Thanks so much.
Thank you for your comments. Rancusen. Oh, let me reset the timer here. Please unmute Rancusen.
Thank you. I'm just going to share that, I was actually the victim of a SWAT raid, different part of the country at one point in my life. So that very much colors my perspective on this. And I think that I would agree that, and it sounds like military equipment has a much broader definition, maybe what we think of, but I don't think there's a place for it in a civilian police force, especially when we're talking about Petaluma. Now we're talking about large scale riot control, some kind of situation of bomb threats where you might think of a drone. I mean, I have never seen these use cases in the city of Petaluma. And I think when you prepare for situations that you kind of ginned up and gotten worried about, all too often you end up using the equipment, not for that situation, but, another less high intensity situation, right? When all you have a hammer, everything is a nail. So I think this equipment would just serve to be used in situations that likely did not call for it. I would go against kind of de-escalation and would antagonize police and public relations further. I just think that a policy that precludes the purchase of military grade equipment, unless I don't even think there would be a circumstance, because, when we look at these large scale events that happen in municipalities, this is where National Guard comes in, which I'm not even sure I love that idea, but the idea that there are forces with equipment that end up serving the needs when there are these incredible kind of circumstances that would be unforeseen. So I don't think that a municipal police force needs to have military equipment at hand, especially when we're talking about Petaluma and Sonoma County, California. So yeah, I definitely put all my, what limited lobbying weight I have here in a public comment against having military equipment in inventory with a municipal police force. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. The next speaker is Josh Simmons, followed by Chris JRN. Josh, please unmute.
Good evening. I'll keep this short because I know this is just the beginning of a process. In attachment 2, section 1B, you'll see a list of purposes proposed for a drone. Drones are naturally important life-saving equipment, and the use cases are mostly spot on: major collision investigations, crisis response, natural disasters, inspection of critical infrastructure. These are all great use cases. There is one, though, that I'd like to draw our attention to: the proposed use of drones for major event monitoring. In 2020, we saw many municipalities deploy expensive and privacy-eroding technologies to surveil the wave of George Floyd protests that only served to further erode trust between residents and the public safety officers who work to protect them. To that end, I would warn against allowing use cases as broadly defined as major event monitoring. Disaster response, life-saving, rescue, hell yes. Monitoring, please no. Thank you.
Thank you, Josh. Next speaker is Chris JRN. After that is Sheila Baker and John Hanania. Please unmute.
Hello, Council. Christopher Neugebauer here. Firstly, I wish to associate myself with previous commenters, particularly Zaira and Josh, and wish to add the following brief comment. Military equipment is for military units. The police force is not a military unit. It does not need military equipment. That is honestly what we have military units for, including the National Guard. We have one of those. We do not need another one. That is all.
Thank you, Chris. Next speaker is Sheila Baker. And after that, John Hanania. Go ahead, Sheila.
Thank you. Oh, thank you. I agree with the previous speakers who've spoken very well. Militarization of the police has been a subject of concern in this country, actually since at least Ferguson. And I think that it first came to my attention after Ferguson, and I just don't think this is a very good idea to entertain militarization of our police department. It's just not. It's been really studied by various police departments and places in the United States, and I think and beyond. And I think it's just a really, really bad idea. And so I would be very disappointed if this was voted a yes on it. And I appreciate the previous speakers bringing really fine details to this issue. So hopefully this will not be considered, and hopefully people will understand and start studying some problems with militarization of police, and really send it out to the citizens committee of police oversight. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Sheila. Our last speaker is John Hanania. John, you may unmute.
This is a very interesting topic. I wonder if any of you, the elected official, have ever talked to anybody who the police department served a warrant and they used the tactic of intimidation with the military equipment, and not just the two vehicles, the way they dress and the amount of weapons they carry. And I don't understand why. Yes, the public need to be safe, so does the law enforcement need to be safe, but there is no reason for intimidation. And the current vehicles that they have, they use it in every warrant search and warrant serve, and it's nothing but intimidation. And some of the police officers or some of the people who in the administration, they like the ego, okay? And there's no room for that. Petaluma, it's not Russia. And the way they operate when they serve the warrant is just like the war that's taking place between Russia and Ukraine currently. I really encourage you all to find out about some of these houses that they serve the warrant on and go talk to these people. See the level of intimidation. I don't think the police, they like somebody give them intimidation. So why they using that tactic? I do remember Ken Savano have always said, treat people the way you want to be treated. So if you want people to respect you, why are you trying to intimidate them, but yet you don't want to be intimidated? So, and also the rifles that there was purchased, I don't believe they're standard. You know, those are high powerful rifles. They're military standard rifles. They're not law enforcement rifles. But after what took place down in Los Angeles with the bank robbery, every law enforcement agency in the United States, oh, we need better equipment. We're not equipped to deal with this. Well, when is the last time you had such a big event that took place in Petaluma? You need to take that into consideration. But you guys at the staff tell you the sky's red, guess what? The sky is red. And I think you guys need to really focus on civilian oversight. And I think they need to have a very good input about this. And I really hope that you guys take a very serious consideration before you vote on it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Madam Mayor, there are no more speakers.
Thank you. With that, we'll close public comment on this item and bring it back to the council. And anybody have their hand up? Okay, I'll start. I know we're not looking for a vote on this, but I do think some direction might help make a better report when it does come to us. And, I am particularly concerned about militarization of the police force. That was clear from 2019 when we had the vote on the assault weapons. But I did read attachment 1, which is the military equipment policy. And there are several things there that caught my eye as something that I would like to see fleshed out and made clearer. One is 709.6, which is coordination with other jurisdictions, which says that military equipment used by other jurisdictions that are providing mutual aid to this jurisdiction, Petaluma, shall comply with their respective military equipment use policies in rendering mutual aid. Well, what happens if their military equipment use policies are not the same as ours? I would like that to read that they are complying with our policies because we're the ones asking for their help. So it should be under our rules, not their rules. I also would really like to see the policies be very granular. I think this is probably the same point that one of the public speakers, Zyra Garcia, made about authorized uses. If the authorized use is to protect the officers and the residents, almost anything can be used to say that that's why we're doing that. But we need to protect the officers and the residents at the lowest level that provides sufficient care. We don't have to bring in the big tanks and use all these percussion instruments that are listed in these 15 things, water cannons and rubber bullets and pepper balls and pepper spray, tear gas, flashbang grenades. We don't have to use that because it will provide care for our police and our residents. I think we should try and provide that at the lowest level that respects our neighbors. As was said, we aren't at war. We are here to protect the city and the residents, and that should be the attitude with which we are looking at these at our weapon inventory. I just want to give that direction at this point. So I think I've said my piece. So anybody else want to comment? Councilmember Barnacle.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I agree with your comment about 709.6. I also agree with the speaker, Mr. Simmons, who brought up the major event monitoring. I think there's a few areas in the drafts that are here that are overly vague, and I think if you're going to provide, we're going to use a vague term like major event monitoring. You got to clarify like what would constitute the use for it. Like is it going to be out at Butter and Egg Day Parade because it's a big event? We want to, I think those are the things that we want to really make sure we're crystal clear on and get specific on, so that when I read this, I have a good sense of what the policy is. Because I think there's a lot of things that are, it's good that it's here. I'm glad that it's here. And I just think if I have questions about how it would be used, it's then I'm not going to feel comfortable approving the final. So.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, I think I'm sorry, Vice Mayor.
Thank you. I just wanted to add, in addition to the points the mayor made about authorized uses and non-authorized uses, I think it's important that we clearly define the procedures for documenting the use in the annual report, and that be just, and then also that we consider a final, I guess it's not necessarily final, but a private right of action, right, for people that are harmed.
I'm sorry, I don't understand what that means, private right of action.
I believe that means that they can sue in civil court if there's any untoward event. But I would ask, I guess, since you questioned that, I would ask if the city attorney can help us with that.
We're just giving direction at this point, so.
Oh, and just as far as a definition, to be sure
Okay.
I'm correct about what I assume.
Well, I'm confused because, there already are private rights of action under Section 1983 for violation of Constitution and civil rights. And there's also immunities that we have and the officers have, qualified immunity. So, but both of those things are far beyond the scope of this item. So I think that's a different, I'm not trying to be evasive or argumentative, but I think that's a different discussion, but if we can have a follow-up conversation later,
Okay.
Vice Mayor, and I can maybe better understand the focus of your question. But this is really this particular notice item and subsequent council discussion and direction and conversation with the public is just focused on the items that are described in the agenda report. Which don't extend to questions of liability that are already pretty thoroughly addressed in the law. But again, if there are more questions that you or other members have, do my best to address them. And just in concluding remarks, I have to apologize because in introducing this, I was focused on my screen and my materials. I didn't see our deputy chief and part of our command staffs here ready to answer questions too. So I don't mean to be remiss about that. I need to get used to being live and in person, looking around the chambers and not at my screen and at my papers. So sorry
I think
about
we
that.
all do.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Madam Mayor, Chief Savano does have his hand up.
Oh, okay.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And
Thank
I
you.
just wanted to thank the community and the council members for your comments. And I want to assure you that when we come back for the public hearing on June 6th, that we will address those concerns. And I want the public to know that most of this equipment we have been in possession of for many, many years. And we have never and we will never use it in a way with the concerns that you've described. But we will make sure as staff that those authorized uses are as clear as we can make them to bring a level of confidence to you as well as the public when this item comes back. So thank you very much for the feedback.
Thank you very much as well. Okay, so I think we have given staff.
Excuse me, Dylan, Councilmember Fisher has her
Oh,
hand up as
okay.
well.
I just want to follow up on that comment from the chief. Will our staff report in June also talk about the times that we have actually used the equipment that we have?
Yes, we'd be happy to do that.
Great, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I don't see anybody else with their hand up, so I am going to thank staff for the report, and we'll look forward to the June 6th discussion and action on this item. And now we're going to go on to public hearings, and this is item 5A, public hearing to receive comments on the city's 2022-2023 proposed community development block grant program annual action plan, and adoption of a resolution approving the annual action plan and authorizing the city manager to sign all documents required by the Department of Housing and Urban Development. And this is our housing manager, Karen Shimizu.
Karen, can you make sure that your mic's on? It should have a green light before you go ahead and begin.
Good evening. Thank you, Madam Mayor, council members. Thank you for having me here this evening to share our proposed program with you. This evening, we're here. I'm going to briefly touch on our program timeline, our program timeline, available funding, the proposed program proposed programs for funding, as well as staff will be here, as well as some of our nonprofit partners to answer any questions and comments that you might have this evening. I think a lot of you are familiar with our CDBG program, but just to provide some highlights, we posted a public notice, included a technical assistance meeting for our community organizations to attend, to share information about the program and discuss eligible funding activities. We accepted applications through the beginning of March. Actually, the funding application deadline was March 5th, excuse me. And from there, we drafted our CDBG annual action plan, which was posted for 30 days on our website for people to review and comment on, as well as, the community to review. This evening, we're before you for a formal public hearing to review staff recommendations and to discuss proposed projects. And based on the outcome of our meeting this evening, we would be able to submit our annual action plan to HUD for review and approval.
Karen, can I just jump in? I just want to let everybody know what CDBG stands for and where it comes from.
Oh,
Please.
okay. Sorry. It is our Community Development Block Grant Program. It is federal funding and it is an entitlement program. And the City of Petaluma is an entitlement jurisdiction. So we every year are allocated a certain amount of funds. For this next program year, we anticipate we usually receive around $350,000 a year. We have not received the final award amount. The uses of the funding can be for acquisition of property, relocation, demolition, rehab of residential and non-residential, so public facilities and improvements. There is, with this funding, there is a cap on the total amount of funding to be set aside, 15% that can go towards public service programs, can also be used for energy conservation and assist businesses for economic development. So this evening it was, we did receive more applications than we had funding available for. It was great to see some diversity within our funding applications. And before you this evening, the staff recommendations for discussion are, we have our Petaluma People Services Meal Program. They requested $60,000 based on an estimated $350,000. Their proposed funding would be $53,000. Or yeah, $53,000 plus.
Madam Mayor, can I interrupt for just the screen? I guess the screens behind us show the clients to be served, but the screen there doesn't. So I'm not sure what's going out to the public. There's a column that's being blocked by the technology.
Actually, on the Zoom, Councilmember King, actually on the Zoom, folks can see
They can
the
see it?
actual.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I fixed it there. My apologies. Okay, we have our Rebuilding Together Petaluma program. The staff proposal is $213,000. They did, historically, the last couple of years, they've reduced the number of science clients they've been able to serve by about 50. In talking with the organization, they do believe they'll be able to provide services to more than 50 households. COTS submitted an application to do some minor rehab work on the Mary Isaac Center. They've seen a change in the needs for clients, and what that funding would go towards would be to provide, purchase some panels that would be attached to the actual bunks that they have in the Mary Isaac Center to provide more privacy and also help with noise reduction to increase the living environment for clients there. PEP Housing submitted an application for $345,000. I did speak specifically with Jim Whalen and Dominic Royale, the Director of Property Management and the Director of Development, about that proposed project. It is a 40-unit project on Vallejo Street. In talking with them, they decided it would be a better use of time to really put together work on identifying funding to do a full rehab of the property. It's an older property. So while they identified in their application water heater and space heating replacements, they also need to do plumbing, major plumbing repairs and roof repairs. So the property is of age that it really does need a major a rehab on that. Food for Thought, which is a new organization that applied for funding. They applied for $10,000. It is a program that is, got my notes here. It is a program that serves pregnant community members that are in need. It supports them with a nutrition program and provides food assistance for them. I did have a conversation with the executive director. They are an organization that has not in the past worked with any kind of a federal funding sources. And so he specifically asked about what time what is the time involved it takes to administer a federal program. And after that conversation, at this point, the organization said that they didn't have the administrative capacity to take that on, but that they were in their plans for next year planning on, seeking out more federal funding, which would provide some more funding to cover staff costs associated with administering federal funding. And we also have the Boys and Girls Club that applied for $150,000 worth of funding. The staff did not recommend funding for this, but we are in conversations working with them, trying to find some additional funding sources to support that organization. One of the challenges there is that the Boys and Girls Club funding would fall under the public service amount cap for the CDBG program. So the funding only has a total of about $53,000 for public services. And so the staff recommendation on that was zero funding. And the last item that I want to highlight is that the program does allow for covering administrative costs. And while there is $70,000 that is allowable, staff recommended a reduced amount of funding in that category and use the additional funding to go towards funding programs. And that is it for my presentation this evening.
Thank you very much. And I will look to the council member to see if there's any questions, and not seeing any. Yes, I am seeing one from Council Member McDonald.
Just one, and while I agree with the distribution and support the distribution, I did want to talk about food for thought and for a second. And while they've always been privately funded, they do operate in Petaluma, and they originally started with this community of AIDS and HIV, and have now broadened their services in the county to all shut-in health conditions. So they're very popular, and I've been the host for their dining out fundraisers at Dempsey's, at Zazzle's, at Central Market over the years, and it's a really good fundraiser. And really want to give a shout out to all the restaurants in Petaluma who support them. And now that COVID's over, we might be doing that again, and I hope all restaurants will participate and everyone will go to these restaurants and help them. Since they didn't make the cut on city funding, it's important we support them privately.
Thank you. I see Council Member Barnacle hands up.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate the report. Are we, have we formally eliminated natural gas appliances from the CDBG funds yet?
Yes, there is no recommendation to move forward with natural gas appliance replacement.
Great, thanks.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much. Not seeing any other hands up right now, I will ask our clerk if she has received any public comment on this item.
Mayor, the city received 3 public comments and they have been posted online.
Okay, thank you very much. So now I will ask the moderator, we would like to open public comment on this public hearing and see if there's anyone in the Zoom audience.
Yes, Madam Mayor, Right now, there are 27 attendees and one person has their hand up, Rancusin. Give me just a minute to share my screen with the timer. And go ahead, Rancusin.
Thank you, and I'll be brief. Just the RGP program to do emergency repairs on housing seemed to be a paradoxical statement in there for Petaluma of low income, but then homeowners getting repairs. So I would imagine this is targeting dwellings where there are low income people actually living in the dwelling, but it would be paying the person who owns the property for their repairs. Just clarifying that item. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Mayor, there are no more hands raised.
We will close the public hearing and bring it back to the council. And Councilmember Healy,
I'll move the item.
there's a motion, Vice Mayor?
I will second.
Seconded by the Vice Mayor. The motion is by Councilmember Healy. And if there's no further discussion, Councilmember Barnacle?
Yeah, I'd be interested to start seeing some indoor air quality monitoring on some of the homes. There's some pretty alarming data coming out on gas stoves in a lot of these older homes with either poorly functioning or non-functioning ventilation systems are probably poisoning people. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. So with that, I will ask the clerk to do a roll call vote.
Mayor Barrett,
Yes.
council members Barnacle,
Yes.
Fisher,
Yes.
Healy,
Yes.
King,
Yes.
McDonald,
Yes.
Posake.
Yes.
Motion passed unanimously.
Thank you very much. And with that, we'll go on to our second public hearing item, which is item 5B, the introduction, first reading of an ordinance approving a zoning text amendment to modify the implementing zoning ordinance, Chapter 24, Administrative Procedures, amend IZO Chapter 12, Development Standard Modifications, to add Section 12.060, exceptions to required setbacks, correct cross-references to Chapter 24 throughout the IZO, and repeal Resolution Number 2018-107 NCS, resolution adopting a public outreach and on-site posting policy for major projects. And I will look at Heather Hines to take us off. Thank you, Mayor and council members.
That helped. Oh, there we go.
There it is.
Okay. I was like,
Thank
I
you
don't know
very
if I can
much.
get it any closer. Okay, I'm going to share my screen. Why is it sharing one place and not sharing up there? Oh, is Nancy going to come help me? See how it's showing good here, but it's not showing there? Yeah, I need to. Sorry. Okay, let's try this again. Good evening, Mayor Barrett, council members. I am here this evening to present a zoning text amendment to Chapter 24, Administrative Procedures. Maybe. Don't go anywhere, Brendan.
Can- if Nancy has it, maybe she can share it. And if not, maybe we can take a break and.
Maybe this is a good opportunity for a 5-minute break. It is 9:16 right now. We'll be back at 9:21. Thank you. All right, thank you. We are back in session after a brief break. And we will start again with Heather Hines.
Third time's a charm. Okay, so before you this evening for zoning text amendments to chapter 24, which is the administrative procedures section of our implementing zoning ordinance. Also associated with this item are some changes to chapter 12 to relocate a specific section from chapter 24 to chapter 12, and also cleanup of references to chapter 24 so that they correctly track with changes proposed. Next slide, please. So this item was really initiated based on the McCorkle case, which is a case that came out of St. Helena. And this case, St. Helena's design review approval process of a multifamily project was determined to be ministerial. And so what that meant was that the scope of the environmental analysis under California Environmental Quality Act was very limited to really just the scope of the design review authority. So what this case ended up doing was limiting environmental review of development applications to only those environmental impacts that the approving body had the authority to mitigate. So for the city of Petaluma, our current site plan and architectural regulations only address the project's impacts related to aesthetics, siting, and internal circulation. So this created a significant limitation on the city's ability to evaluate potential environmental impacts for a project that only had site plan and architectural review as the entitlement. And this came up when the council was reviewing the Safeway fuel station. That limitation significantly limited what discretion the city had on that because it was only a site plan and architectural review. So next slide, please. When the council adopted their citywide goals and priorities, there was work plan item number 56, which was to update implementing zoning ordinance to ensure ability to provide full environmental review for all discretionary projects. So these proposed amendments implement that direction by modifying the regulations that govern our site plan and architectural review applications. In doing so, they provide the city the discretion to provide full environmental review and fulfill work plan item 56. So the zoning text amendments, when we do zoning text amendments, they are governed by chapter 25 of our implementing zoning ordinance. And what that says is the Planning Commission reviews zoning text amendments first, and they may recommend the zoning text amendments for approval to the City Council, and specifically based on findings that the proposed amendments are in conformity with the general plan and they're consistent with the public necessity, convenience, and general welfare. That first step on March 22nd, the Planning Commission considered the proposed amendments and they did approve a resolution recommending City Council approval. There was a number of public comments at that hearing. There were comments expressed that the proposed amendments expanded staff authority for development review. I really want to be clear that these proposed amendments do not change staff's authority. They don't decrease what goes to the Planning Commission. They do not create ministerial review of entitlements. So none of that is proposed in these amendments. There were also public comments expressing a desire to see the role of our advisory bodies codified as part of the development review process. And I just want to emphasize that applications are brought before different advisory bodies based on the scope of the project, consistent with the enabling legislation of our advisory bodies, and in collaboration with staff across multiple disciplines. Next slide. So finally, at Planning Commission, when recommending City Council adoption, the Planning Commission made a few recommendations. They asked that a definition of major projects be added, which has been added to the noticing procedures in Chapter 24. They also, there was some clarification of some wording under minor use permits about including, which created kind of a broader range of flexibility. That has also been changed in the draft that's before the council. And the Planning Commission also recommended that all public noticing be translated into Spanish. And that is part of a broader discussion staff is having about translation for public noticing, public meetings, materials to be brought forward for consideration in the future. So that is not codified in these proposed amendments. So the proposed text amendments specifically are focused on Chapter 24. They're specifically implementing Work Plan Item 56. They are also addressing changes in state regulations and case law, like we've discussed, really increasing consistency across the multiple entitlements that are in 24, codifies some practices related to public noticing. They do not decrease the Planning Commission's authority, and they do not change the scope of projects reviewed administratively. So I'm going to run through kind of a high level, touching on the most significant changes that are being proposed. One of the ones I wanted to really start with was the term director is used a number of times throughout Chapter 24. And I want to clarify that the director is defined in IZO section 1.030.A, that the director is defined as a community development director. There is no change proposed to this. The director is still the community development director. The community development director has been a role that the city manager has filled. And so oversight has been through the city manager's office as it is today. So while I am filling the role as interim community development director, that is not in a vacuum. It's not in a silo. The decisions that are made by staff are done as part of a team with full oversight. So just really want to touch on that because I know that some of the concern has been that who this staff oversight. So wanted to start there. We've added a purpose and intent section to this chapter. Most of the other chapters have this. For some reason, Chapter 24 did not. So we have added a purpose statement. Next slide, please. We have added a section about application forms and fees, which is the new section 24030. It's really outlining the requirements, easier and more transparent to understand submittal requirements. It also has a provision that alerts applicants that additional materials can be required at the discretion of the director as needed to understand the project, clarify any uncertainties. So really this section of the code doesn't create significant changes to the existing processes, but clarifies. We have also added an applications deemed withdrawn provision. Currently, there's no provision for staff to consider an application withdrawn unless the applicant asks for a project to be withdrawn. So we have a number of projects that are technically on the books, but we have not had any activity in quite some time. The Heinz project on the downtown smart station is one. We have not had any activity on that, but technically they have not withdrawn that project. So this creates a process when a project is inactive for 90 days and through certain noticing requirements, we can consider it withdrawn. So now really the heart of this, the site plan and architectural review section, this is adding SPAR findings to track with the CEQA checklist. So what this does is by outlining The potential impacts explicitly, the city will be able to fully consider these aspects as part of CEQA review for projects that are just site plan and architectural review. So this is really that heart of addressing the McCorkle case, addressing that work plan item. We also proposed a new finding under the SPAR findings. It requires consistency with the general plan and applicable specific plans. That has not been part of the code to date. We have part of the informal process has been to include that in our staff reports and our analysis, but it is not codified. So it's adding that. We have also added a revocation procedure to allow the city to revoke a site plan and architectural review approval if they're not complying with conditions. And then again, really emphasizing there's no change proposed to the scope of what's administrative SPAR versus major SPAR. So no changes there. Under conditional use permit, there are no changes to the scope of review for minor use permit, which is our administrative use permit, or our conditional use permit. In response to Planning Commission feedback under the minor use permit, we did change include to are defined when listing the different things that are reviewed as a minor use permit. And this really removed flexibility for variations. So it's very prescribed. This, and this can be done as a minor use permit and removes that flexibility for something similar to be looked at as a minor use permit. I did want to point out that there in the existing code, there is a section called public hearing, and that did not track perfectly with the red line of the changes. So that section is removed, but it's actually just being incorporated into what's called procedure in there. So it still says when a project is a conditional use permit, it goes to the Planning Commission, it requires a public hearing. So the intent hasn't changed, it just that tracking didn't carry over to the red line that was included at attachment 3. Floodway variance. Again, wanting to emphasize no changes proposed to the purpose, the standards, the conditions, or the considerations. The most significant change in this section currently, there are provisions for staff level administrative floodway variances and floodway variances at the discretion of the Planning Commission. So what we're proposing is to eliminate the administrative floodway variances and specify that all requests for floodway variances would be at the discretion of the Planning Commission. Public noticing. This section is codifying a resolution that was approved by the City Council that included a much more extensive 1,000-foot radius for major projects. It has the public signs that go up now for public hearings. That requirement was part of this resolution in 2018, as well as a requirement for a neighborhood meeting for certain projects. So this is codifying the requirements of that resolution, and in doing so would rescind this resolution. And pretty much it's carrying them over verbatim. The couple things I want to point out that we did modify slightly is we did include a section that really encourages applicants to use a variety of different methods to engage neighbors. So, and really encouraging multiple opportunities and seeking early input in the design process. We modified the on-site sign-posting timeline to 10 days to track better with all other public noticing. And some of that is it became difficult to get the sign up 17 days prior. 17 days happen to generally land on a Sunday. The sign companies, as we got this rolling, they need more time than they originally needed. So it's bringing it in line with other noticing requirements. And the third change, the resolution had 1,000 feet for major projects, which were interpreted as being projects that go to public hearing. So that ended up including major historic site plan and architectural review projects. And 1,000-foot radius in our historic districts actually can be quite extensive. You have generally smaller lots in a pretty compact residential neighborhood. And so we have been getting a lot of feedback from homeowners when they're doing major historic spars, maybe to change their front porch or add a garage, that kind of thing, that the cost and the breadth of that public noticing requirement was quite onerous. So we are recommending a change that major historic spar, so those things going to a public hearing with the Historic and Cultural Preservation Committee, if they're homeowner projects, would be a 500-foot radius instead of 1,000. And I want to be clear that it was for homeowners. So if you had a major historic spar of a commercial property, that it would still require the 1,000-foot. And then touching on, kind of wrapping this up, touching on the other text amendments, we are proposing to relocate section 24040 into chapter 12. This is a section that talks about allowable modifications to setbacks. And so as we're looking at this, it seemed more appropriately located with other development standard modifications that are in chapter 12. So no changes to the language, just changes to that section being relocated. And then finally, in the draft ordinance before the council, there's also a provision that would be to correct all references to chapter 24 to make sure they're tracking correctly with any changes that are adopted. So as I touched on at the beginning of this presentation, zoning text amendments require findings of consistency with the general plan, which the Planning Commission did make as part of their resolution and their recommendation to the City Council, and those are outlined in the resolution and in the staff report. Similarly, next slide, please. There's a required finding for public necessity, convenience, and welfare. That was also made by the Planning Commission and outlined in the resolution, ordinance, and staff report. So looking at environmental review, we looked at this project with the California Environmental Quality Act and determined it was not a project under CEQA because it was an administrative activity with no potential for resulting in physical change in the environment. And finally, it's recommended that the City Council introduce an ordinance approving a zoning text amendment to modify implementing zoning ordinance chapter 24, amended chapter 12, and relocate IZO section 2404 and correct references to chapter 24 to ensure internal consistency. And I am happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. I think our city attorney would like to say something.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to follow up Heather's very thorough staff report with a couple additional comments, and mostly in response to some of the feedback from members of the public and submissions we're continuing to receive even during the meeting tonight that are asserting that the Chapter 24 amendments before the council somehow aggrandize staff's administrative authority and change it from what exists currently. And in preparations for tonight's meeting, I actually went back through carefully reviewing the entire draft, and that's just simply not the case. There's no respect in which the proposed amendments to Chapter 24, focusing as they do, as Heather indicated, on filling the gap regarding discretionary approval of environmental review pursuant to the McCorkle case. There's no way in which they expand staff's authority. The one possible exception I could see is with respect to the noticing provisions that Heather mentioned are codifying in the zoning ordinance what was a separate council reso that greatly expanded the noticing that would be required under the general law. These proposed changes do give a staff level authority to recommend additional noticing to applicants, but that's all that is. That's not an entitlement. That's just directing additional noticing beyond the minimum that's required in, that will now be required if the council approve this action in the zoning ordinance, which noticing is, as I said, greatly expanded from the standard state law noticing that would be required under the government code. So, and all I've reviewed all the input from the public. I've not seen any. I've looked, but I've not seen any corroboration of the assertions of expanded staff discretion. So I just wanted to be clear with respect to that, and happy to address any council comments regarding that. The other thing I wanted to mention, a little bit embarrassedly, is that in my careful review, I did notice a few typos that I want to make sure we correct if the council's going to be prepared to introduce this tonight. One is that section 24.050, it's just listed as 24.50. So we should correct that. Also, we need to correct what needs to be section 24.100 in the ordinance, and there's a reference within section 24.070 B that it should refer to provision E in that section. So I'd like to, if the council introduces this, I'd like direction to make those corrections, and I apologize that they're in this draft before the council. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And are there any questions? Okay, Councilmember Healy.
Thank you. So Mr. Danley, I just wanted to clarify one point that was, I think, strongly implied in the staff presentation, but not quite explicitly stated. And that is, if these changes had been in effect when the Safeway gas project was coming through for review, would the city have been within its rights to have actually conducted CEQA review on the issues we wanted to? And if the result of that had indicated then to have actually denied that project?
Well, I can't address the denial, but I can say that in response to the council's direction, that we have done the best that we can, and I think this is a stronger version than any exemplar that we've seen, to, in accordance with the holding of the McCorkle case, be able to require full CEQA review to address any environmental impacts that may result from a design review only project. So with respect to the Safeway project, if this were on the books at that time, I believe it would have authorized the council to order an EIR to address the potential impacts of concern to the council, which at that time, I think, were traffic and gas emissions.
Okay, and just to take the hypothetical one step forward, if we had done the CEQA review and one of the biggest issues being presented by the public was the proximity of this massive fueling station to a public school and a preschool. And if that CEQA analysis had shown that there were detrimental impacts on the preschool and the elementary school, notwithstanding that was only a SPAR review, what position would that have put the council in terms of an ultimate approval or denial?
You would have been in the position you are anytime that there are significant impacts identified that aren't mitigated. You're able to either deny the project or to adopt overriding considerations to approve it.
That's what I was looking for. So it puts us in a much stronger position for the next one of these things that comes down the road.
The strongest one we're able to put you in based on our review of the case and our look at what other jurisdictions have done.
Thank you.
So thank you.
Okay, seeing no other questions oh yes, I'm sorry, Vice Mayor Hosakai.
I had a question that a citizen posed that I don't see answered, haven't been answered. It's not a critical issue, but in the new version, section 1.0, it's in Well, it says when in the director's sole discretion, they deem it necessary, submit the report to the appropriate reviewing authority as described in section 1.030 of the zoning ordinance. And when you go to point 1.030 of the zoning ordinance, it lists the possible reviewing authorities, but it doesn't talk about appropriateness of who, at least in that section. Maybe it's somewhere else that I don't see. I can. This what I was referring to is point C on page 7. It says here, but let me see if that is correct.
Page 7 of what the staff
Of
report.
the notes of the annotated of the edited. The crossed out
The red line
and
version?
versions.
Okay.
So I believe the reference, Vice Mayor Posake, is to section under each of the entitlements. It's called investigation and report.
Yes.
Okay. So what that one says is basically that the director shall look at the data submitted and it's under, I think it's under site plan and I think it's under all of the different entitlements. To look at the requirements of the chapter, look at all the information that's submitted with the application, and either determine that it can be approved administratively, or that it is required to go up to the planning commission, most of these go to the planning commission if it's not administratively. So it's not a very significant change from what it says now. We did add the word sole, so the word sole could come out, and it would just say at the director's discretion, which is essentially what it says now. We were removing the pronouns everywhere that it talks about the director and had pronouns of he, she. We were trying to take those out. So that's what that section is saying.
Right. But what I was referring to is the words appropriate reviewing authority. And then it refers you as described in section 1.030, and section 1.030 lists for possible reviewing authorities, but doesn't say what should be used when. I'm wondering if I'm missing it somewhere else. It just lists the city council, the planning commission, the community development director, and the community development department.
Heather, I think the question is, what is the trigger that we would?
Yes, what is the
Right. And so under each of the different entitlements, it'll say, so for instance, site plan and architectural review, it'll say if it's any of these, it goes to the planning commission, but it can be reviewed administratively if it's any of these. And
Right.
same thing in minor use permit versus major use permit.
Okay.
Floodway variances would all go to the planning commission. So I think there's other sections in here that talk about those triggers.
The triggers vary a little bit depending on the approval, but they're what those triggers are quite explicit, I think, with respect to conditional use permits, variances, et cetera. So, and we used that language consistently with respect to each kind of entitlement reviewing authority, because sometimes it's administrative and sometimes it's a reviewing body and sometimes it's the council, sometimes it's the planning commission. So that's one of the things that was definitely tightened up. I strongly recommend against getting rid of the word sole, because it's a sole discretion, as the attorney know, on the council is a term of art, and it means that person's determination, not someone else. And that's helpful in terms of the delegation of authority under the code, and also potential review of exercise of that authority. So that's part of what's at play in those. In that text, and it's really consistently used in each of the entitlement sections, and very much by design.
I wonder if it should still say as described in section 1.030, because it doesn't distinguish there that I can see.
I'm looking at that, consulting that. I think it should say that because as Heather already noted, if section 1.030 talks about responsibility for administration, it talks about responsible bodies and individuals and their exercise of discretion, and paragraph A lists them basically. So unless I misunderstand the question, 1.030A says the zoning ordinance shall be administered by the Petaluma City Council, referred to as the council, the planning commission, referred to as the commission, the community development director, referred to as the director, the community development department, referred to as the department. And then
I
it makes
see. And those, the places that Heather pointed out will say.
exactly. And the triggers, right. And the triggers
Okay.
clarify that.
I see.
And if you wanted, we could even look at each of the triggers in this draft. And I think you would see that they're
Okay. No, I
pretty
understand
precise.
what you're saying now. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, anything else? No, okay, so no other questions on the council right now. Okay, I probably heard something there. I will ask our city clerk if she has received any public comment on this item.
Madam Mayor, the city received 5 public comments that are posted online.
Okay, thank you. And this is a public hearing, so I will ask our moderator to see if there's anybody in the Zoom audience who would like to speak to this item.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. There are 23 attendees and 2 hands raised. Paul G, followed by Lendry Purcell. Paul G, go ahead and unmute.
Okay, thank you for this. We actually talked about this a lot at the Planning Commission, and it almost got voted down there. And I'm going to suggest that you do the same. Bingo, Councilmember Posake. The staff's proposed changes to the IZO should be voted down in its current form. Pronouns are not important, but explicit triggers are. If each of you council members have not read this language carefully, then don't vote this through tonight. You can't grant sole authority to a person to do whatever they wish. You grant them sole authority to these triggers as presented in this clear table so no one is confused. That would be simple to do. Fix it before you vote through. Instead, send this back to the Planning Commission. Sure, it's consistent with the new general plan, not the old one from 2008. This is the cart before the horse. There's no reason to do this now. Do this after the general plan is done. Then you know it will be consistent for the future. Why do you think they're rushing to grab this now? So it won't necessarily have to be consistent with the new general plan. Think this through. You want this all to be consistent. You're going to live with this for a long time. Why are we making such fundamental changes to the IZO before completing the general plan? Makes no sense. The M Group's approval authority should be reduced, not kept the same or increased. And it should not be enabled via vague language. You need precise language. Please take more time to finalize the language, subtract out the sneaky vague words, and tighten this up before voting it through. Boy, that Heather Hines, she sure has a calm voice and does slides with the best of them. That pleasant demeanor, however, belies the cunning power grabs perpetrated by the M Group that assist the systematic fleecing of Petaluma residents to enrich developers and its big business interests. That is because the M Group is a contract planner and has a contract with the city that incentivizes them for closing deals, not doing the best for the city. This was on full display at the Planning Commission last week when her sneaky attempt to commit taxpayer funds to assist developer projects was uncovered by Blake Hooper. Thanks, Blake. You have earned our trust. The Planning Commission has our back. The M Group does not. So who is the Community Development Director? Well, some fuzzy combination of City Manager Flynn and City Contractor Heather Hines of the M Group. Is that a good idea? Well, it wasn't in 2020. We saw this problem play out in the Verizon 16 antenna 4.4 million watt Creamery Tower, an application that would have been rubber stamped as business as usual if the residents of Petaluma didn't interrupt this runaway train and demand full analysis of this project. This was a simple voted through from these guys. They didn't see any of the problems. Larry Peters owed hundreds of thousands of dollars to the city. Well, why is that? He's Flynn's neighbor, and he was going to get another project to help him out. Okay. So what's going to happen? Heather Hines is going to do what Peggy Flynn wants. That's what's going on. You need the Planning Commission to look at all major projects here at the end. They are the ones that our elected representative appoint for our interests. Our planners don't actually have our backs or look out for our interests. The Planning Commission
Next speaker is Landry Purcell. Give me just a minute, please. Let me restart your timer. Okay, Landry, go ahead and you're on mute.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thanks. So I've been looking at this language and it's so confusing. So many people have been looking at this language today and trying to understand it, regular people, and we should be able to understand it. And when I look at the current language in the current plan under conditional use permits, page B-4, chapter 24, if you look at D and E, look under investigation and report. Currently, it says the zoning administrator or director shall make an investigation of the application and shall prepare a report therein which shall be submitted to the planning commission. That's what it currently says right now. What the proposed change is what Dennis was referring to, but back up a little bit. Investigation and report. This is the new one. The zoning administrative director shall determine from data submitted whether the proposed use will meet the requirements of this chapter and shall either one, administratively approve, disapprove, or approve with modifications the subject application where appropriate, or two, when in the director's sole discretion they deem it necessary, prepare a report with recommendations and submit the report to the planning commission. So it's different. There is a significant difference there, it seems to me. It doesn't go straight to the planning commission. It seems like you're giving, unless I'm reading it wrong, it seems like you're giving a lot more discretion to the director. And if the triggers aren't clear, which they're not here, I don't see the triggers listed. That should all be really, really clear. And again, I agree with Paul in that why do this now if the general plan is going to flush all of this out and there's so many different factors? Why wouldn't you wait a bit until at least for this piece, until later, or at least go back and figure out those triggers and make it clear to the public? This language is not clear. It looks like a power grab and there's a lot of mistrust anyway. So why not flush this out and make sure everyone's on the same page? If you haven't done your due diligence, you really haven't studied this, I wouldn't just trust staff on this because it could be aggrandizing their role, and that's scary and problematic. We wouldn't be even, part of it is when you outsource to a for-profit group, this is what you get, a lot of mistrust. And so given the mistrust, this should be made very clear to the public because it can impact where cell towers go. It can impact permits, but ton of things. And we have a right to really understand what's going on.
Next speaker is Bev Alexander, and after Bev, that we don't have any other hands raised. So go ahead and.
Hey, here I go. If all of this is no big change, is what I've been given to understand, then why is it being changed? Why not leave it the way it was? It seems to me that the Planning Commission is going to have less say. It seems that it's up to the director to decide what the Planning Commission is going to see. And I don't see that that is a big benefit. And I think that the court decision can be attended to without limiting the Planning Commission. Planning Commission can decide, just like things that would have been okay in a ministerial way, so just leave it that way. I think that we have a bigger issue here, which is the trust of the public. And what concerns me is the sense that no matter how strongly and how many citizens bother to listen to long and frankly tedious discussions and stay up late to comment, it just doesn't seem to make a difference. That's the thing that upsets me the most, is that I feel that there's this, I don't know, maybe it's the mutual working conditions that mean that, you guys know each other well and listen to each other. But this is a democracy. And even if you don't know us personally, we are your public. And I really wish I could feel that our evaluations were meaningful. And I don't feel like they are. I feel like there's an appearance of listening, but at the end, when it comes to a vote, it's clear that we were pretty much talking to the sidewalk or the sky or anywhere but someone who really cared about what we say. So I'm sorry to be so, I don't know, maybe you'd call me cynical, but I really wish there were more of a sense that what the public feels was important. Thank you for listening.
And Mayor Barrett, we actually have two more hands raised. So next is Sonoma County Conservation Council, followed by Paul Alexander. Go ahead and unmute, please.
Thank you. Susan Kirks, I was in another meeting, so I'm just using the platform for Sonoma County Conservation Council. I submitted a comment on this agenda item this afternoon. It was fairly late when I submitted it, so I'm uncertain if the city council members check those kinds of public comments and read them before your meetings. I'm pleased to follow Ms. Alexander's very diplomatically stated comments, because this was the theme of the comment that I submitted this afternoon. I completely agree with the prior speakers, Paul G., Landry Purcell, Ms. Alexander. And I think this is once again, a question of where the leadership comes in for an agenda item like this for our elected officials who are elected to represent the public, to represent the voters. And many of you know how horrendous these development proposals that come through that are inevitably recommended for approval by your staff with the known names of developers, engineers, friends who have historically, as long as I've lived here, certainly benefited financially from developing in this particular city. And there is no question at all that the issue that was raised by Vice Mayor Posake and the, oh, well, yes, we did change this to sole discretion. I hope that you can evaluate this. Consider your planning commissioners who also were not unanimous in this, and make a decision that is in the interest of the most thorough review with oversight, without giving the community development director discretion for approval, no matter what level it is, because you have a responsibility to your public. And this city has a history of really bad development projects all over the city being approved, having to be litigated against. And on top of that, the environmental review process is extremely important and is extremely deficient in this city. So I truly hope that you will make the right decision this evening. And I hope, as Ms. Alexander said, that you will consider the public trust and the time and energy that people from the public give to try and contribute to the quality of life in the city. Thank you.
Thank you. And last speaker is Paul Alexander. Go ahead and unmute.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Paul.
Okay. I definitely agree with the previous comments made by Landry Purcell, Susan Kirks, and Beverly Alexander. I sent an email responding and got an answer very quickly from Delinda Fisher, which I appreciated, saying basically this does not represent a real change. And it was like I did a double take. It didn't click. It didn't make sense to me. As far as I can see, it represents a substantial change, and that now the planning director gets to make unchecked decisions unless he or she chooses to have them reviewed, but it's at his or her discretion. That is a change. I too have a feeling that the city council should be representing us and giving deference to respect to our wishes as your constituents. But I don't feel that way a lot of the time. Sometimes I do, but sometimes no. So I do think it's dangerous to put more power in the hands of one person as far as these decisions are concerned that affect us all. And it makes the planning commission into kind of just a social club. I mean, it's like taking away what little seeming power they had, and now it's just nothing. If anything, we need more oversight, not less. So those are my feelings. Thank you for listening, and I hope you'll reconsider this move. I don't see that it's necessary or helpful at all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Alexander. We actually do have another speaker, Rhea Kusin. And let me just go ahead and begin.
Thank you. And as someone newer in the community, this kind of revelation for me about the community development director being someone basically of a private entity, I think if that can be fleshed out, I've seen Mrs. Hines on meetings of the housing element, obviously a lot of meetings when it comes to planning ordinances, this meeting tonight, just to clarify, how she got that position. And then as is often the case with government, the concern being that if her position is empowered with sole discretion on making some of these decisions, what happens when it is no longer, assuming we all love Mrs. Hines and she's great, but the next person might not be. So how would this power change? How is this role filled, and how are decisions made about how this role is filled? Because to me, that's a pretty huge revelation that this is someone essentially part of a private industry group. Again, some of this is my initiations from being a relatively new resident, but yeah, I appreciate the commenters bringing this to light and appreciate any clarification that the council can offer about, how the community development director position is filled and how those decisions are made before we hand over sole discretion of anything to that party. Thank you.
Thank you. And Madam Mayor, at this time, there are no other hands raised for public comment.
Okay, thank you. So with that, we'll close the public comment in this public hearing and bring it back to the council. And I guess I just want to make one thing clear, that I think there is a misunderstanding on the part of the public. No one is giving any individual any rights in this this clarification of our IZO. It is the position that is being given the power or the or the clarification of what the triggers are for how the process goes. And there might be a good argument that it could be clearer. And I would entertain some clarification on that. But I do believe the public, or the people who have spoken in the public right now, have misunderstood what is being presented here. And just the point that it has to be consistent with the general plan, that somehow this is being hurried so it will be consistent with the current general plan as opposed to the next general plan. The way it is written is that it will be consistent with the general plan. And when the new general plan is adopted, it will be consistent with that general plan. There's nothing shady or below board going on here. And I definitely do hear the public people saying that they have a trust issue. I would be really, it would be very hard for me to point to any development that has gone through in this city that has been controversial, that was clearly done at the discretion of the director. That is just not the process that this city uses. We have a very well vetted public process, that whether we like or don't like the outcome is another issue, but we definitely do have a public process here, and it is not set up for anyone in any position to have that for themselves. It is the representative of the city, and at this point, that representative is also an employee of a company that is in contract to the city and acts under the agreements of that contract. So I really think people need to take a step back and really think about the people who are up here right now who, I think have shown a lot of integrity and just would not be doing that kind of thing. So I'm really surprised by the lack of trust. So with that, I will bring it back to the council, and I see Council Member King has his hand up.
Excuse me. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm trying to remember back, but if I'm remembering correctly, I believe the council actually placed this on its goals a year or two ago in the aftermath of our multiple decisions, I think you could comfortably say, regarding the Safeway project. At one point, the council directed an environmental impact report. Then the McCorkle case came down, and we were effectively prohibited from doing that. And that in order to change that, we asked the staff to come back with a change to the IZO, the implementing zoning ordinance, which, according to what I've been reading in my staff report and in the ordinance itself, actually does that. So that the comments that it's not a quote big change, I guess it's your definition of big, would have been a big change about 4 years ago, 3 years ago, I can say that. And I think it's a significant change and it's an improvement. And I don't see, I mean, maybe I'm missing something, but I don't see where this reduces the planning commission's role in developments. In fact, I think if anything, it may enhance it, or the council's role. I mean, and I read the emails that came in today, and I kept looking for that. So I'm prepared to support the staff's recommendation. I also just want to say that, I've worked with our staff now for almost 8 years, and I appreciate the mayor's comment about integrity. And I would, and I think it was probably implied in that, but I'll certainly state it. I think our staff, again, agree or disagree with how we wind up deciding, or the planning commission winds up deciding. I think our staff acts with integrity and represents our city quite well. So I'm going to move the item.
Thank you. Councilmember Barnacle.
Madam Mayor, I wholeheartedly agree with what both of our two speakers said. I wholeheartedly agree with what the prior two speakers said. I also I feel like I'm pretty certain that most of the people who called in tonight probably wouldn't have wanted the Safeway gas station to be built, would have loved to have seen an ER go forward. And this would give us the chance to do that. Now, I know we're not going to have any more gas stations here, but we will have another project like that that is contentious that we're going to want to put through the test. And this gives us the opportunity. So when you say, why now, why not wait for 2 years until our general plan is done? I also, I just know that when that project comes forward and we don't have this and you're in here in City Hall saying, make it happen, make it happen, make it happen, and our hands are tied because we didn't do this tonight, I'd feel pretty bad. So for me, this is giving us the leverage that we need to put challenging projects to the test, because there will be more, and there will be more in the next 2 years if we rest assured. So with that, I think there's a couple of additional maybe typos in here. The one on public noticing, I don't know whether you said that one, Eric, but it's 24, it's listed as 24070, and I believe it should be 24100.
That's right.
You did
Yes,
say that one,
I
okay.
did. Thank you, Councilmember.
Yeah, on the public noticing, on-site posting, one of the things that kind of irks me when I see those big signs is that it's like big sign, a lot of text, oftentimes blue and white, and like people walk by it all the time and then they walk by it, right? Is there anything we can do about like saying the letters of the date and the time are like big red letters? Because I didn't see that in the text of like, must be 3 times the size of the average text and in red with yellow highlighting or something to just basically, because like that's the important thing that people need to know if they're going to participate is when do I get engaged? And so if we can do something to, it says the size of the sign, content, maybe it says content on-site posting shall be in accordance with provision D section. I just don't recall, maybe I need to go back and read that, but I didn't see anything about like really calling out the date.
I'd be happy to add that if that's the discretion we could add. There is nothing in there about the size or color of the pertinent information, so that's something easy enough to add.
Okay, maybe twice the size of the general text or something like that. I know color sometimes add cost, but definitely twice the size. And if you'll accept that, I'll second your motion.
Madam Mayor, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Councilmember Fisher has had her hand up.
I see that there, he's just asking if about a second. He's not finished speaking yet. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, now he's finished. But Vice Mayor Posake also wanted to speak, and then we'll go to Councilmember Fisher. Thank you.
Just quickly, I wanted to also support the mayor and the staff in this. I want to also say to the public that I read all the comments in this regard and took it on myself to at least be able to refute them in my own mind. The ones I couldn't do that, I've had satisfied today by the staff. And so I'm also in support of this resolution.
Thank you. And now we'll go to Councilmember Fisher.
Thank you very much. I feel like I've been standing up here with my hand for quite some time, but I too am going to support this. And I spent a lot of time reviewing the staff report and the attachments and over and over and over again, and speaking with members of the community about their sort of distrust and what they were reading into the paragraphs that I wasn't seeing. And I think it really came down to not looking at the zoning code in totality and understanding all of the sections and how they fit together. So I'm really comfortable with the language that we have here, and acknowledging too that our community development director is the person who has the experience and the professionalism to make these decisions for our city. Does the applicant, does the application as it comes in, does it meet the criteria? And then where should it go from there? But that's the person that I want making that decision. So, thank you.
And I apologize for not having seen you. I just had some technical difficulties myself up here.
No worries. I understand the challenges of the changes this evening. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And so now we have a motion by King and a second by Barnacle, and there were some corrections, an addition made by Barnacle about the size of the public posting information on the signs. And the city attorney, who wants to perhaps weigh in here, also had some corrections about typos. And
Yes, and hopefully if those are acceptable to the maker of the motion in the second, if that direction could include those. And I just want to raise two other things. Thank you, Madam Mayor. It's on page 16 of the red line version of the ordinance. And let me get this section. Well, it's the misnumbered section. It should be 24.100 as Councilmember Barnacle pointed out. It would be D1 where one of the required contents of the signs posted on site need to include the date, time, and place of the hearing and the name of the reviewing authority. Is it clear enough if that's twice the point size of the rest of the text? I want to have something clear there and that makes sense. I don't know. I'm looking at Heather too. Does that work? If you don't want it to be made prominent by color?
Yeah, I think twice the size of the body text.
Okay, does that, okay, great. And I want to say.
Three times the size.
yeah, it really, yeah, just so that it can be seen from a distance.
Okay, so I'm not trying to prescribe that. I want to just be clear. Thank you.
I know you were.
Is it 3?
We want to meet him and raise him.
See your one. Okay, and the other thing I wanted to do is thank Councilmember Fisher, because she was saying something that I wanted to try to say in the interest of diffusing what seems to be a controversy without a basis really in the text. And because it's a mechanical provision that folks have focused on. In fact, it's one that shows up 3 times. It shows up and pretty much in the identical form. It shows up in 24.060 C under conditional use permits. It shows up under 24.070 C under variances. And it shows up, did I miss one? And it shows up under site plan and architectural review under 24.050. So 3 times, essentially the identical wording. It's the investigation and report section. What's key there is it's a mechanical feature like Councilmember Fisher described. It's the director must do administrative approval or submit it to the reviewing authority, but that is not the provision that determines whether there is even administrative approval permitted. That's not the trigger provision in each of those sections. And if folks go back and look at that, I think they'll see the trigger provision as to who the approving body is with respect to those entitlements is not in that section. It's elsewhere. So anyway, I'm not trying to be argumentative, but I hope that's clarifying. And I intend that to be a little bit further elaboration on Councilmember Fisher's very well stated discussion about how it's a structural feature. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we have a second, a motion and a second. And so we will have a roll call vote.
Mayor Barrett,
Yes.
council members Barnacle,
Yes.
Fisher,
Yes.
Healy,
Yes.
King,
Yes.
McDonald,
Yes.
and Posake.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you very much. And so now we are going on to the next public hearing, which is adopt a resolution ordering the abatement of nuisances consisting of weeds growing upon public and private property in the city of Petaluma and ordering the fire department to abate said weeds by contract if property owners fail to do so. Our fire marshal, Jessica Power, will lead us
Good
on.
evening. Lovely to see everyone in person. So good evening. On April 4th, 2022, the City Council approved resolution number 046 NCS, which declared that weeds growing upon parcels of public and private property are a public nuisance requiring abatement. A public hearing was subsequently set for tonight to hear any objections to said declaration. On April 7th, 2022, a letter was sent to affected property owners, alerting them of their right to attend this public hearing. This is part of the government code requirements that require the city council to provide a venue for property owners to voice their objections regarding the city's weed abatement program and how the properties are abated. This public hearing and subsequent resolution meets the intent of the law, which allows the fire department and its contractor to enter private property and force abatement of weed-related fire hazards if the property owners fail to abate. Property owners are highly encouraged to handle their own weed abatement, and abatement by the city only takes place after non-compliance with the stated abatement deadline of May 22nd, 2022. Inspections for abatement by the city will begin May 23rd, 2022, and depending on weather conditions, will continue throughout the season. Despite the rains we have recently been receiving and the predicted rain for this week, the fire department has set the date for compliance for May 22nd. This is in part due to the increase in fire activity we have seen in the recent past and the particularly severe drought we are in. Compliance by the May 22nd date will assist the fire department in ensuring our community is protected as best as possible as we enter the dry season. With that, I will turn it back to you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much. And now I think our city attorney wanted to give a little overview here.
Yes, Madam Mayor, thank you. So this is a process that, like some of our parcel-specific processes in the city, especially ones like these that include a number of different parcels, requires us to do a process called segmenting under the Political Reform Act. And that what that really means is dividing up a decision into smaller parts so that we can allow members that would have to recuse themselves based on property they own in the vicinity of the property that's subject to the decision, so they don't take part in that part of the decision, but the action can still go forward. So we'll be doing that tonight. Essentially what we have in the package is a template resolution that's going to be adopted multiple times with different exhibits listing the properties that are covered by that action. And the sequence we're going to follow is the first such resolution will be without any recusals. And the exhibit for that, I'm going to ask the council that we provide in the action that will be Exhibit A from Resolution 2022-46 that the council adopted on April 4th, commencing this process. And that was a complete listing of all the properties. But this exhibit should be accepting from that list those properties that are listed in attachment 5, starting at page 14 of this agenda item, namely those properties which are within the conflict radiuses of the council members. And I could, and if you wish, I can go through and list those properties that need to be excluded from Exhibit A from April 4th, but I think that's enough specificity,
I think that would be
for
too
legal
much.
purposes.
Thank you.
Thank you. So that'll begin our process, and then following that, we'll have a series of resolutions adopted in which first the mayor is recused, and that'll be acting on just 3 properties in her conflict radius, and then council member Vice Mayor Posake will need to recuse and with respect to those listed properties, and that reso will act on just those properties. And in each case, to make it easy for the members and the record, I will just note that they're recusing themselves because they have a property interest that would create a disqualifying conflict of interest for them under the Political Reform Act, because that property interest of theirs is within 500 feet of the properties that are being acted upon. So hopefully that's enough for starters, and then we can do the choreography. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much. And it's always complicated, but it actually does flow. So what I would first like to get is a motion and a second on the weed abatement resolution with that none of us has to recuse ourselves on. Councilmember Barnacle.
Move the item.
Motion by Barnacle, second by McDonald. And we will have a roll call vote.
Mayor Barrett,
Oh,
excuse
yes.
me, are we taking public comment?
We do.
Yes,
We need to
very
open the
nice.
public hearing. Thank you.
And thank you very much for that reminder. And so I will ask the city clerk if you have received any comments on this item in all its forms.
Madam Mayor, no public comments were received for this item.
Okay, thank you. And I will ask our moderator if she will see if anybody in the public would like to speak to this public hearing item.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. At this time, we have 19 attendees. We have one hand raised, and just as a reminder, during this public comment period, the public is invited to make comments on this specific agenda item. And if you are interested, please raise your virtual hand or press *9, and I will unmute you when it is your time. So still seeing just one, and I'm going to share my screen. Here we go. And Rakusen, please, you're unmuted.
Yes, thank you. Just quickly, what is the current height for weeds to be considered a nuisance to kind of be considered in this program? And then for the public, is there a way of notifying to potentially add properties to the list if there are properties that seem to be kind of, not to report people for violations, but if we're concerned, is there a process? So I guess the height for it to be considered a nuisance as part of the purview of this initiative. And is there a way to report properties you might be concerned about? Thanks.
Thank you. And there are no other attendees who have their hands raised.
Thank you very much. With that, we will close public comment on this item, and I will ask our fire marshal if she could respond to that question.
I would be happy to. The approximate height weeds is 6 inches. We will not be out there with a measuring tape, but it should be approximately that height or less. And reporting any complaints or issues or concerns is best sent to our fire marshal at cityofpetaluma.org. You can also do that on the website with a fillable form that automatically gets sent to our office.
Okay, thank you for that information. And with that, I will ask the clerk for a roll call vote.
Madam Mayor, can you repeat who motioned and who seconded this item?
The motion was made by Barnacle and seconded by McDonald.
Thank you. Mayor Barrett,
Yes.
Council members Barnacle,
Yes.
Fisher,
Yes.
Healy,
Yes.
King,
Yes.
McDonald,
Yes.
Posake.
Yes.
Motion passed unanimously.
Thank you. And with that, I'm going to be recusing myself, so I will turn the meeting over to the vice mayor to conduct the next section.
Mayor has recused herself, and I'll need a motion now for a vote on her portion of the properties. Is that, and a second?
Second.
Motion by Healy, second by Barnacle. And we'll have a roll call vote.
Council members Barnacle,
Yes.
Fisher,
Yes.
Healy,
Yes.
King,
Yes.
McDonald,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Posake.
Yes.
Motion passed 6-1. Mayor Barrett recused.
So thank you, Vice Mayor. And now the Vice Mayor has left. Actually, he shouldn't have left. It's Barnacle to go, isn't it?
That's actually right.
Yes, you can,
What's up on our screen?
The
Is the order different?
the order. well,
order is slightly different on the
Yeah.
agenda, but
Okay, well, I guess we can take it with the vice mayor out since he's already out there.
Sure.
So can I get a motion? Barnacle?
So moved.
Okay, second by Healy. So that's a motion by Councilmember Barnacle, second by Councilmember Healy, and we'll have a roll call vote.
Mayor Barrett,
Yes.
council members Barnacle,
Yes.
Fisher,
Yes.
Ely,
Yes.
King,
Yes.
McDonald.
Yes.
Motion passed 6-1. Vice Mayor Pusey recused.
Thank you. Now, can I ask Councilmember Barnacle to go out and bring the vice mayor back in? Okay, the vice mayor has returned and Councilmember Barnacle has left the dais. And can we get a motion on this section?
So motion.
A motion by McDonald and a second by Healy. And can we have a roll call vote?
Mayor Barrett,
Yes.
council members Fisher,
Yes.
Healy,
Yes.
King,
Yes.
McDonald,
Yes.
Pusey.
Yes.
Motion passed 6-1. Councilmember Barnacle recused.
Thank you. And okay, Councilmember Barnacle is returning and we will ask Councilmember Fisher to virtually leave. Okay, and so now we will ask for a motion from Councilmember Barnacle and a second from the Vice Mayor Posake, and we will have a roll call vote.
Mayor Barrett,
Yes.
council members Barnacle,
Yes.
Healy,
Yes.
King,
Yes.
McDonald,
Yes.
Pusey.
Yes.
Motion passed 6-1. Councilmember Fisher recused.
Thank you, and hopefully someone can notify Councilmember Fisher to come back in, and Councilmember Healy, could you please leave?
she's back in.
And do we know if she's back in?
She
Okay.
is back in there.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so we will ask for a motion from Councilmember Barnacle and a second from Councilmember McDonald, and we'll have a roll call vote.
Mayor Barrett,
Yes.
council members Barnacle,
Yes.
Fisher,
Yes.
King,
Yes.
McDonald,
Yes.
Pusey.
Yes.
Motion passed 6-1. Councilmember Healy recused.
Thank you. And so can Councilmember McDonald leave the dais now and bring, Councilmember Healy is rejoining us? Okay, so may I get a motion, Councilmember Barnacle? Thank you. And Vice Mayor Posake is seconding that, and we'll have a roll call vote.
Mayor Barrett,
Yes.
council members Barnacle,
Yes.
Fisher,
Yes.
Healy,
Yes.
King,
Yes.
Pusey.
Yes.
Motion passed 6-1. Councilmember McDonald recused.
Thank you. And we'll ask Councilmember McDonald to rejoin us, and we'll ask Councilmember King to recuse himself.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Per our communication earlier today, I'm also going to be recusing myself from the next item, the appeal. For the following reason, my residence is within 500 feet of the subject property. So I will self-adjourn, and everybody have a good night. It was good to see everyone.
Thank you very much and good evening. And Councilmember King is leaving us for this item and the next. So he's leaving the meeting at this time. And now that he has left the dais, I will ask for a motion.
So moved.
Councilmember McDonald make the motion, Councilmember Barnacle is seconding it. So with that, we'll have a roll call vote.
Mayor Barrett,
Yes.
council members Barnacle,
Yes.
Fisher,
Yes.
Healy,
Yes.
McDonald,
Yes.
Hussey.
Yes.
Motion passed 6-1. Councilmember King recused.
Okay, thank you very much. And that concludes our weed abatement effort at this point. So we are on to the next public hearing item.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And if I could just briefly clarify each of those actions other than the initial one that was on the entire list of properties except for those listed in attachment 5 were just on those items from which that are listed on page 14, attachment 5 of this item, where each of the members that are have property within the conflicts radius. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and thank you everybody for that. We appreciate that from our fire marshal as well. So now we are on to item 5D, which is adopt a resolution denying the appeal filed on behalf of Bill and Renee Tomrose and upholding the Planning Commission's approval of site plan and architectural review for the Doherty resident Woodridge PUD lot number 2 or lot 2. And we will hear from Tiffany Robb.
Excuse me, Madam Mayor and Tiffany, while you get ready to, I think, share, would this be a good time for me to understand the appellant is maybe seeking a continuance tonight? It looks like their legal counsel may have their hand up. And I'm not sure about that. There's been communications with city attorney's office staff with Jordan Green in my office, but it would be good, I think, for us to confirm whether the appellant does intend to seek continuance. Our understanding is that the respondent is not in favor of a continuance, but I would recommend that the council determine whether a continuance is sought, and then hear from the parties, and then make a determination on continuance before we get to the merits, in case that is being sought. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. I cannot see whether or not someone's hand is up, so the moderator.
There's no attendees up, although there were 2. Yeah, yes, there is now. Let's see. Looks like they're.
It looked like Mr. Foreman's hand was up, but I don't see it up right now. But my understanding coming into the meeting was that he may be seeking a continuance.
Would you like me to allow him to talk, Madam Mayor, or?
His hand's back up again.
Okay.
Yes, and so before you do, let me just ask the city attorney or the city clerk, do we need to open public comment or anything in order to get hear this?
I think the first order of business is to confirm whether he even intends to seek that. And then if he does, to hear grant him 5 minutes in order to make his request, and to grant the respondents 5 minutes in which to respond. Then the council can ask questions if they have them, and then we could take public comment on that issue of continuance, and so forth, and we could take it up from there.
Okay, so the public hearing has been opened.
Well, before we do, I would say to see if a continuance is being sought, because they may have changed their view,
Okay.
And they may not still want that.
All right, so with that, I'm sorry, I don't have the name for the person, so I will ask our moderator to see if.
Madam Mayor, I don't see any hands up, but I will allow Ronald Foreman to talk if he would like to. Please unmute, Mr. Foreman.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. With respect to the continuance issue, I believe that's just one of the remedies I was going to seek as part of my presentation with you in response to the comments being made by Ms. Robe. The other issue is, I don't know what's going on with the raised hand. However, I have been hitting that button repeatedly to make certain I wasn't ignored. So I don't know if it's on my end or your system. But the recommendation I'd have is that this matter be put over to either June 27 or July 18. As you can see from our first submittal, there's been a notice of the Planning Commission to eliminate an easement, and the easement is very important to our clients and as part of the presentation I was going to make. And because the documents in support of the notice are not yet available, and the hearing for that will not be heard until April 26th, I'll make certain there's an opportunity to have that heard, respond to it accordingly, make sure the appeal period runs. And then because that issue impacts on the presentation this evening, I believe that that should occur first, and then this matter should be heard. So having said that, what I was going to suggest later is that either the matter be continued or be sent back to the planning department for the reason which I was going to present to you. So that's a short presentation in response to council's comments. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And I will now go back to our city attorney. And,
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think your mic is off.
thank you. I'll go back to our city attorney and ask for some direction here.
Thank you. I think it would, what I'd recommend is that we hear from counsel for the respondents, and I think Mr. Hirsch does have his hand up. So he can respond to the request for continuance by Mr. Foreman.
Thank you. City moderator.
Yes, Mr. Hirsch does have his hand up, and you should be unmuted.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. Thank you. I know it's been a long night. In that regard, my first point is we're all here now. We're all ready to go. I believe that the item Mr. Foreman is speaking of is application to vacate an emergency vehicle access easement. It's my understanding of the easement that's discussed in his appeal does not actually connect to the vehicle, the emergency vehicle easement for which vacation is sought. So I don't see how this future matter relates at all to what we're here tonight to talk about. The request to put this matter off until June or July is simply too much of a delay for my client. My client would agree to a short continuance to the next council meeting, but it sounds like that's not what's being sought. So I would simply ask that we go forward tonight.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that clarification. Now I'm also going to ask the city attorney again.
Thanks, Madam Mayor.
Something new. We have a request for a continuation to a date certain, June 27th or July 18th. And we have by the appellant and the I don't exactly know who Mr. Hirsch is, the Doherty's lawyer.
Yes.
But I don't know what that position is called. The applicant?
They're the respondents.
The respondent.
To the
Thank
appellants.
you.
Yes.
Thank you. And so at this point, do we need to have a vote among the council members on this?
Ultimately, yes. This would be a good time to see if council members have any questions of staff or the counsel for the respondent or the appellant. And then what we could do is what I would recommend is that we, if the council is going to act on the request that we receive public comment before they do with respect to the requested continuance, and then we can see how that.
Okay, so thank you very much.
Thank you.
So I'm going to ask council members, Councilmember Healy.
Thank you. I was just wondering if staff could let us know how jammed the tentative agendas are on the 2 dates that were requested or suggested.
Well, I can tell you that both, I think it was the late June and the July. I mean, we've got the fairgrounds coming up in at least in July. And I would imagine the June, almost all of our agendas are slammed from now until.
Thank you, because I know council time is a very precious commodity.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Barnacle.
I propose we address this tonight.
Okay, so does anybody have any other questions that they want to ask of either Mr. Foreman or Mr. Hirsch? And I'm not seeing any, and unfortunately, Councilmember Fisher, I cannot see you. So someone has to let me know if she has her hand up.
She does not.
She does not.
Okay, good. But if you do, and I don't see you, Councilmember Fisher, just interrupt. Thank you. There you, I see you now. Okay, so the city attorney suggested that we hear from the public to see if there's anyone in the public who would like to speak on the issue of the continuance.
Exactly right, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, so, and I'm going to ask our city clerk if you've received any correspondence on this item.
Madam Mayor, we received 3 public comments and they have been posted online.
Okay, thank you. And so I will ask our moderator to see if there's anyone in the public who would like to raise their hand and speak on this item.
Madam Mayor, I do not see any hands raised among the attendees.
Okay,
this time.
thank you. So with that, we'll close public comment on the continuation item. And I will bring it back to the council. And if Councilmember Barnacle would like to make that a motion.
Do we need a motion?
I would recommend that we do because this is a quasi adjudicatory hearing. Thank
I
you.
make a motion to deny the continuance.
Thank you. Okay, and I have a second from Councilmember McDonald. So we have a motion by Barnacle to deny the continuance and it's seconded by McDonald, and we will have a roll call vote.
Mayor Barrett,
Okay, deny it. Yes.
Council members Barnacle,
Yes.
Fisher,
Yes.
Healy,
Yes.
McDonald,
Yes.
Posake.
Yes.
Motion passed 6-1. Councilmember King is recused.
Thank you very much. So now we will go on to the item about whether or not we adopt a resolution denying the appeal. So at this point, I would like to ask the spokesperson for the appellants if they would like to speak on this. They have 5 minutes to do so. Oh, but before you start, can I get a motion? Oh, yeah, we haven't even heard the
Presentation.
the presentation, but before you start the presentation, could I get a motion to go on beyond 11? And I got that motion from Councilmember McDonald, second from the Vice Mayor Posake. And if we can take a roll call vote on going past 11.
Mayor Barrett,
Yes.
council members Barnacle,
Yes.
Fisher,
Yes.
Healy,
Yes.
McDonald,
Yes.
Posake.
Yes.
Motion passed 6-1. Councilmember King has recused.
Thank you. And now I was just going to skip our presentation, so I'm sorry about that, Tiffany. And we'll call on you now to give the presentation.
Tiffany, I think I can make this go if you would like me to do that. There you go. Let's see if this works.
use.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and City Council. I'm Tiffany Robb, the Deputy Planning Manager for the City of Petaluma. The project before you tonight is the Tom Rose appeal of the Planning Commission approval of the Doherty Residence Site Plan and Architectural Review at 21 Branching Way. Tonight, I thought I would introduce the project itself, then touch on the appeal of the Planning Commission's decision, which was filed on behalf of the Tom Roses, who own a property uphill of the Doherty Residence. Of course, both topics are well covered by the staff report and its attachments. This staff presentation aims to serve as a brief outline in order to set the stage for your hearing tonight. Following my remarks, it's typical that the appellants present their appeal and then the applicants have the opportunity to present. As a quick reminder, in 2005, the City Council approved a project that resulted in 4 vacant lots. Just a moment, please. Yeah. 4 vacant lots and 1 developed lot facing 6th Street. That is the area outlined here in red. It also includes a parcel A, which has the private shared driveway to serve the 4 new lots. That approval included a planned unit district zoning designation map and development standards. The lots and the PUD came into effect when the lots were recorded in 2007. A decade later, the 4 vacant lots and parcel A, which are within the interior of the block bounded by Raymond Heights, 6th Street, Mountain View, and Olive Street, were purchased by 2 families, the Nelsons and the Doughertys, interested in consolidating them into 2 lots. In 2019, the Planning Commission approved modification to the Woodridge PUD development standards and map to accommodate consolidation of the existing 4 vacant lots into 2 lots with the split driveway access and associated setback modification, and also approved with conditions site plan and architectural review for the Nelson residence on proposed Lot 1. The Planning Commission's approval was subsequently appealed by the uphill neighbor, the Tom Roses. In June of 2019, the City Council considered and denied the appeal and upheld the Planning Commission's approval of both the Woodridge PUD modification and SPAR for the Nelson residence. The City Council's action included modification to condition of approval number 17, requiring reduction in the roof height of the Nelson residence by 40 inches. Subsequently, the appellants filed a lawsuit challenging the City Council's approval. Because of delays associated with pending litigation and the process to vacate an emergency vehicle access easement into public utility easements, the 2-lot Woodridge parcel map approved in 2019 has not yet been recorded. When that map is recorded and the 2-lot layout replaces the current 4-lot layout, the associated PUD modifications that relate to the 2-lot layout will be activated. In March of 2021, the Planning Commission reviewed and then approved the Doherty residence on the nearly 1-acre Lot 2 of the 2019 approved Woodridge parcel map, which is the lighter gray area outlined here in blue. The subject of the appeal tonight is that approval by the Planning Commission of SPAR for the Doherty residence, a 2-story house with an accessory dwelling unit over the attached 3-car garage, a pool, an open-sided pool structure, and landscaping. The Planning Commission staff report details the house materials and the project siting, but in brief, the house is designed in a contemporary farmhouse style and utilizes materials including gray painted hardy board siding in board and batten and shiplap types, a slate gray standing seam metal roof, and aluminum clad windows. Access to the house will be from the previously approved driveway being constructed from Branching Way. The Planning Commission approved house is 34 feet or more to each property line and over 100 feet to the nearest abutting house. The project includes an accessory dwelling unit over the attached 3-car garage and an open-sided pool structure, both of which you see in this image, as well as tree preservation and site landscaping. Its green building measures include a roof-mounted solar voltaic array, roof-mounted solar thermal panels, an electric car charging station, and an energy monitoring system. For the purposes of review of the Doherty Spar entitlement, like with the Nelson Spar, the project was analyzed against the approved two-lot Woodridge project as upheld by the City Council in 2019. The Planning Commission was aware of the litigation brought by the Tom Rose appellants against the city and the Nelsons, and accordingly, the Planning Commission resolution at Resolved D provides that if the court overturns the 2019 approval of the two-lot PUD standards, the Doherty Spar approval would be automatically vacated. The Doherty residence was reviewed for compliance with the 2019 Woodridge PD development standards, which regulates parameters such as building height, building envelope, parking, lot coverage, quality design, and four-sided architecture. And the Planning Commission found the development compliant. The Planning Commission found all points of the Doherty house to be under the 30-foot hillside height limit. The main ridge line, which you see here, is about 3 feet below the 30-foot line. The downhill end of the living room dormer is the tallest point of the house, and it just approaches the 30-foot line above natural grade, as the height cross-section here depicts. The Planning Commission also reviewed the visual analysis required by the Woodridge PUD development standards, which is intended to illustrate the visibility of the proposed structures from primary public viewpoints on Olive Street, Branching Way, 6th Street, and Raymond Heights. The public street from which the analysis found that the house will be visible. The public street from which the analysis found that the house will be visible is 6th Street at its intersection with Branching Way, which is the top rendering here, and Branching Way itself, which is the bottom rendering, and which is all more thoroughly discussed in the Planning Commission staff report. The Planning Commission, as the Woodridge Development Standards Direct, also evaluated the sensitivity of the development, including as it relates to avoidance of view obstructions of neighboring properties on Olive Street, Raymond Heights, 6th Street, and Branching Way. As the City Council previously discussed in 2019, the Section 8.2 PUD language does not specify that no view impact shall occur, nor does it define a quantitative method for determining whether there has been adequate avoidance of view obstruction. The consideration is at the discretion of the decision-making body. The Planning Commission found that the house was designed with the aim of avoiding view obstructions by siting the house more than 100 feet from all abutting homes, by preserving existing vegetation and adding new plantings where vegetation gaps exist, by siting the house downhill from the highest area of the building envelope, and by stepping the house down the hill so that the house has a one-story mass from the uphill side. The Planning Commission's findings also reference that the Doherty house is offset from the uphill Tom Rose house, as this image shows, rather than directly below it. Avoidance of view obstruction is provided by way of a 102-foot wide gap between the Nelson and Doherty residences then. The Planning Commission also modified condition of approval number 4 to require that the uphill landscape screening at maturity does not exceed the height of the Doherty residence in response to a neighbor's request for such. The Planning Commission found that efforts to reduce view obstruction were also made through the design of the home, including insetting the wall of the house nearest to the Tom Rose house, which is the master bedroom, and creating a roof design that is separate and lower than the main portion of the house, which results in the roof line of that nearest segment of the house having a roof peak that is 5 feet lower than the main roof height and retaining additional city views nearest the Tom Rose house. It should be noted that this perspective that you see here is created from below the Tom Rose pool, whereas the Tom Rose deck is another 6 feet higher on the hill and further to the left of this image's perspective. The Tom Rose house view would be still further to the left. The Planning Commission found that views to Sonoma Mountain continue to be largely visible over the Doherty House, even as viewed in this image 6 feet below the elevation of the Tom Rose deck, and that city views remain in the 102-foot gap between the Nelson and Doherty homes and are also partially visible over the roof segment nearest the Tom Rose house. I also wanted to mention that the highest ridge line of the Doherty residence, as approved by the Planning Commission, will reach an elevation of 98 feet, which is essentially equal to the maximum elevation authorized by the City Council for the neighboring Nelson residence on Lot 1, given Council's 2019 added language that the Nelson house be reduced 40 inches. Prior to the Planning Commission hearing, the applicant had held a neighborhood meeting by Zoom to present the proposed project to interested neighbors. Approximately 20 people attended, and the primary concern raised by neighbors related to existing water in the hillside and the proposed drainage approach, as the staff report details and discusses. The applicant also installed a noticing sign on site and installed story poles on site as required. The Planning Commission considered the project at a duly noticed public hearing on March 23rd, 2021. There were 2 public speakers during the hearing. The first was an abutting neighbor expressing his general support for the project, but also his concern regarding the maturity height of the proposed landscaping meant to screen the proposed Doherty house from uphill neighbors such as his, which led to the Planning Commission adding language to modify that landscaping. The second speaker was Ronald Foreman, the attorney representing the Tom Roses. He referenced points of his letter submitted that day, which are similar to appeal points responded to in your staff report. At that hearing, the Planning Commission found that all required SPAR findings can be made for the proposed house, as the staff report and resolution outline. After thorough discussion, the commission approved site plan and architectural review for the Doherty residence with 5 aye votes, with Commissioner Potter recusing related to proximity and with Commissioner Bauer absent. The Tom Rose appeal was made within the 14-day appeal period. The appeal is comprised of 4 topics, referred to as A through D for organizational purposes, some of which have numbered sub-appeal points as well. As the appeal points are extensive and staff responses provided in the staff report, I do not intend to go through each point by point, but will mention that generally appeal point A regards current litigation filed by the Tom Roses. On October 20th, 2021, Sonoma County Superior Court denied the writ. You'll find that document at attachment 7. Finding that substantial evidence in the record supports the findings of the resolution, which support the City Council's decision to uphold the Planning Commission approval. The denial reminds that the Supreme Court has long made it clear that an agency's interpretation and application of its own laws and regulations is entitled to great deference. Once the writ was denied, a motion for judgment on its pleadings was filed, and on March 23rd, 2022, the court ruled against the Tom Roses petition on the ground that the objection fails to state sufficient facts to constitute causes of action in this matter. A second court case remains pending in Sonoma County Superior Court. The city is not a party to the litigation, which relates to a private easement on the Woodridge lands now owned collectively by the Nelsons and Dohertys, and what rights the Tom Roses have upon the easement. Most simply, the case is not relevant to this appeal because it is civil in nature. Staff are obligated by the Permit Streamlining Act to process applications. Finally, any risk that an entitlement may be overturned by pending lawsuit is risked by the applicant. Regardless, nothing in the IZO directs suspension of the SPAR application while a lawsuit is pending. Even if the case is further appealed and the city's decision is subsequently overturned, the Planning Commission's SPAR approval resolution states that if the Tom Rose petitioners prevail in negating the City Council's 2019 approval of the Woodridge PUD modifications, the resolution would be automatically vacated by Resolved D. Therefore, when considering the Doherty SPAR application, the Planning Commission took into account the pending lawsuit and still made the required findings. Appeal point B argues that the Doherty House should be reviewed to the 2007 Woodridge PUD regulations. However, as detailed in the staff report mentioned earlier, the 2019 PUD development standards relating to the two-lot development were approved by the Planning Commission and upheld by the City Council and are the appropriate standards to evaluate the Doherty residents. Appeal point C argues that the city should have insisted that the Nelson and Doherty submit their development proposals simultaneously. Staff clarifies that while CEQA review must be reviewed comprehensively, there's no requirement that two separate property owners prepare their site plan and architectural review projects simultaneously. The order regarding writ of mandate makes a similar point. In practice, the Planning Commission and the City Council commonly see an approved project develop over time, with design review occurring for various components of a project. Again, staff are obligated by the Permit Streamlining Act to process applications. Appeal point D outlines the staff response to these items comprise the bulk of the City Council staff report. And rather than dedicate the time to go over each of the 13 or 14 items now, I refer to that staff report. A number of the topics were also touched on earlier in tonight's presentation. This appeal was publicly noticed to neighbors, published in the newspaper, and a noticing sign placed on site. No public comments were received prior to the mailing of this staff report. 2 public comments came in over the weekend and have been uploaded to Granicus as part of the agenda. Each expressed support for the project as a whole and supports denial of the appeal. This afternoon, the appellant submitted a cover letter with 6 attachments, which have also now been uploaded to Granicus. In conclusion, the Tom Rose appeal challenges the Planning Commission's approval of the Doherty residence SPAR approval. The IZO specifies that in considering an appeal of the Planning Commission, the City Council may affirm in part, or reverse the Planning Commission's decision that is the subject of the appeal. Additionally, the City Council may disapprove SPAR approval by the Planning Commission and may adopt additional conditions of approval that may address issues or concerns other than the subject of the appeal. Thank you. And staff could answer any clarifying questions now if you like, but we'll otherwise turn the presentation over to the appellant's team for their presentation, and the applicant's team will follow that.
Thank you. We're having some battery issues, I guess. So this just means we have to have shorter meetings. But okay, so I am going to see if there's any questions among the council members to see regarding the staff report, or any questions? No, okay, I'm not seeing anybody raise their hand. So we will go to the appellant for a presentation, and you have up to 10 minutes. Oh.
Good evening, council members. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. The first comment I have relates to the 2019 tentative map, and I want to raise with the council that the Petaluma Municipal Code Section 20.20.140 provides that an approved or conditionally approved tentative parcel map shall expire 24 months after its approval or conditional approval, unless an extension is approved as provided in 20.20.150. It's my understanding that there's been no extension, and it's our position that the 2019 tentative parcel map has expired, and we're back to the 27 map. That's the first issue. Secondly, with respect to the issue of the submission, 3 years ago when I appeared before the council, I told everybody that the Doherty matter was going to be coming down the pipe soon after, and it did. And so the issue then and the issue today is whether or not there's complete information before the council so that you can, in fact, analyze the scale, the massing of the developments. We've talked a little about view analysis, the environmental issues, excavation, grading, and hillside protection. I submit to you that you have incomplete information, and that's easy enough to prove by simply having you take a look at our first submission, which is a notice of the Planning Commission for the 2 branching way request to vacate an easement. And that's a significant step. It's a significant step because it relates to health and safety issues for the Tom Roses. The city has before it the October 2021 general plan update that concerns in part fires, natural hazards, and high fire zone areas. The property of the Tom Roses on Olive has only one way in and one way out, and that's on Olive. And because of the language that's contained in the general plan natural hazard update as it relates to wildfire and to what's the other term, urban wildfire, wildland urban interface, those 2 types of fires, and the experience that we've seen in Santa Rosa, and just by the language contained within the document before the city, that is this general plan update. The Tom Roses would be landlocked from any fire that would come from the south up towards Olive, and the only way that they could evacuate the property would be on the easement that would take them out towards 6th Street. And so to eliminate any part of the easement that was granted to them could lead to a serious health and safety issue. Ms. Rowe has talked about the litigation. The March, we're waiting for the judgment to be signed by the court so that issue can be appealed. During the hearing, the court said that, look, you have a pending easement action in the Sonoma Superior Court, so you can litigate the easement in that case. So the idea that this particular presentation regarding the approval for Doherty without taking into account the easement, I think would probably not only violate the spirit of CEQA, but I think that it would probably be an abuse of discretion to approve a project without all the information. And we've made it very clear that there is information that the council would need in order to make a fully informed decision. And that's why I sought a continuance so that we could get a site plan, a layout of what was being noticed by the city when it said it was going to have a hearing on April 26th with respect to the easement that impacts the exit of the Tom Roses from their property. Apart from that, there was the issue of the map that I've already touched on. There is the issue that there's never been a single site plan submitted that would address all of the issues that the Tom Roses have raised with respect to what they believe is the appropriate analysis, and now they're being asked to forfeit the easement. So if I go back now to the areas that were talked about or addressed in the letter of April 5, 2021, those issues in part were resolved by the court, and now they're going to be resolved by the Court of Appeals. So this particular project has litigation regarding the easement. It has litigation regarding the denial of the writ, and if depending on what happens here today, it would be my view that what should happen is it should go back to the planning commission until the project is submitted that is consistent with the map that is going to be the controlling document. That's the 2007 map, not the 2019, which is expired by its own term. With respect to the issues of height, of mass, those have been addressed in our letter, and I don't want to go through those again. At this junction, there's no reason to. They've been presented in great detail to the council. I think the biggest issue is that absent the information with respect to the easement and the site of the easement, the layout of the easement, I do not believe that the council this evening can make a fair decision with respect to the appeal because it doesn't have the adequate information before it. I think the other issue that I wanted to raise was that the project is coming as though it's the single family residence, and that would actually violate section 15303 of the California Environmental Quality Act, because it's not a single family residence that's coming before you as a single residence. It is part of a tentative parcel map that was never recorded, and the only thing that is recorded was a four unit, 4 lot PUD. And so the way that this particular unit of the Doherty's is not exempt from section 15303. And again, for that reason, it's a faulty presentation with respect to the propriety of this particular development. I think that would conclude the reasons that we believe that the project in its present state cannot be approved and must go back to the planning department, or in fact, once again, it'd be put over till the June or July date that was previously denied. And by the way, this appeal was filed in April of 2021. We've waited patiently, and this is the first time we've sought any sort of request. I submitted dates last week with respect to it. That's why council knew about my request. And I had no idea about the dates in June or July conflicting with anything. They were dates that were convenient for other people's calendars. I have no idea what's happened over the last year, but a short delay to get all the information before the council seems to be the appropriate remedy for this late filing of this notice last week with respect to the easement. And on that basis, I will reserve any time that I can have and submit. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now we will go to the Mr. Hirsch, I believe is speaking for the other party.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor.
You have 10 minutes.
Thank you. I'll first touch on Mr. Foreman's point about the parcel map having expired. The amount of time that's elapsed is purely a result of the litigation that's been pending and now awaits entry of a judgment, which is imminent. There's been no fault on the city's part or the applicant's part in that matter, the Nelsons, that's caused delay on recording the parcel map. Again, that's purely a result of the litigation that's been pending. I'll switch gears now and talk about the easements. Mr. Foreman submitted documents at 4:30 this afternoon. I think the relevant document is page 9 of the PDF that I received. That is subdivision map, it looks like it was prepared by Fidelity National Title Company. It shows 6 different easements. There are 2 of those 6 easements that are at issue. One is an emergency vehicle access easement. The other is an easement for private road and public utility. The private road easement is the subject of the pending litigation that Mr. Foreman mentioned. Both easements effectively give the Tom Roses a road to nowhere. The private road easement terminates on the Nelson parcel. It's our position in that case, which I will submit is not relevant to the matter here, as I think staff rightfully commented in the presentation, but I'll just comment that we believe that easement was created in error and that we will be able to prove that fact in the litigation. But in any event, as I mentioned, it terminates on the Nelson property. It gives the Tom Roses no other access to any outlet in the event of an emergency. And the same is true for the emergency vehicle access. That easement, as shown on the map that I'm looking at, terminates on the Doherty property before it reaches Branching Way. So in order for the Tom Roses to have a right to continue further along on the Doherty property, they would have to have a property right granted to them. They have no such right. So Mr. Foreman, I have to respectfully disagree with his point that council does not have adequate information to make a decision tonight. I think the easement issue is a red herring, and council has ample information to move forward with staff's recommendation. With that, it's been a long night and I don't need to take up any more of your time. I do have Tyler Doherty here, as well as Tim Schramm, the project engineer, and Scott Landry, the project architect, if there are any questions for them. Otherwise, I will simply reserve time.
Thank you. I will ask council members if they have any questions of either the appellant or the respondent. I'm seeing no one raise their hand. So at this time, I will ask if this is a public hearing, and I believe our city clerk has said that she had received 3 items that have been posted to the website, and I will ask our moderator to see if there's anybody in attendance who would like to speak on this item. So there are no hands raised, so we will close the public hearing on this item and bring it back to the council members. I assume there's no need for a rebuttal, but correct me if I'm wrong on that, city attorney. Okay, here's Councilmember McDonald is sharing his mic with you.
Thank you, Councilmember McDonald. Your mic is one of the last ones standing. So I think it would be good just to ask the parties, since they wanted to reserve time.
Okay.
In case, thanks, Peggy.
Thank you.
If there's anything they'd like to rebut in each other's comments. Thank you.
Now. So I will ask Mr. Foreman, if you have anything more you would like to say, you have 5 minutes. 1 minute, what? 5. Okay. Oh, you need a minute. I'm sorry. Okay, sorry. Mr. Foreman? Okay, I don't see him.
I can't get video, but I can speak. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that the issue is hard. The issue with the effect of the easement is hardly a red herring. One of the issues is the map we have submitted, and the issue is whether or not there's going to be a swimming pool or a cabana built in the easement. That is a right that's in the deed. The deed is the exhibit, the first exhibit to the lawsuit, which is an exhibit to our letter, and the grantee granted vehicle access for the easement. The idea of what someone's intent may be is clearly something that the courts are going to address, but the courts have said forever that the language in a grantee is to be honored. So that's going to be a horse race that someone else is going to hear, but it could certainly bring the matter back to this body. So for those reasons, once again, I make this, I guess it's an impassioned plea that rather than prematurely address the appeal this evening, I think that the issue of this 21 Blanching Way notice that came out must be heard first. And I know that I'm now repeating myself and I don't want to do that. So I'll turn it back because I haven't heard anything else that I need to rebut. Everything else has been straightforward and before the board, before the city council. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I will ask the same of Mr. Hirsch, if you have anything more you'd like to say.
Yes, thank you. I just want to clarify Mr. Foreman's comments because there are two easements that he's raised issues about. His comments just now were in regard to the road easement, which is at issue in the pending litigation. That's the easement that terminates on the Nelson property. It does not touch the Doherty property. So it does not have relevance here tonight. I'll also just mention that the EVA, the emergency vehicle access, there's been no evidence submitted by the appellant that easement is in favor of the Tom Roses. Typically an EVA would be for the benefit of a municipality. We just, that information hasn't been provided. And I'll leave it there.
Thank you very much. And so with that, I will bring it back to the council for comment or discussion and action. Councilmember Healy.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just had one question for the city attorney, if you have a functioning microphone at this point. While you're getting that, the question was raised by the appellant and there was a response by the respondent's attorney regarding the tentative parcel map not being recorded within the normal time. Can you enlighten us on that?
Well, excuse me, that's a little too loud. As Mr. Hirsch noted, and I think we'll argue, has argued tonight that the delay is a result of the litigation. So I think that's true. That's a fact.
And would that be determinative on that point?
Well, because remember, you may recall, Councilmember Healy, that we've been under an injunction as a party to the first action that prevented us from proceeding with our duties to process the application while there's a injunction in effect that's since been lifted. So I think we're going to be prepared to proceed with the recordation once depending on the council's action.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
His hand up, Dylan Brady.
Yeah, I can answer that, Councilmember, your question. The IZO in the parcel map chapter specifies that the period of time for the expiration does not include development moratoriums that are in effect as provided in the Subdivision Map Act. And the Subdivision Map Act, I have the section right here. It's Government Code 66452.6, defines moratoriums due to the ineffective ability of cities or other public agencies to act. And I would say the injunction impacted the cities and parties' ability to act on that. So I think the moratorium applies here and the MAP Act has not expired.
Thank you. That's
Who's speaking, please?
Oh, my name is Dylan Brady. I'm Assistant City Attorney here.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Dylan. Does that answer your question, council member? Okay, so
May I have a point of order, Madam Mayor?
who's speaking?
Ronald Foreman, Your Honor. Madam.
No, I'm sorry, you already had your opportunity to speak, and so now we're deliberating. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'm looking either for more discussion or a motion. And I can't see Councilmember Fisher, so I don't know if she has.
Madam
her hand.
Mayor?
Yes. Okay.
I'm prepared to move approval of the resolution attached as attachment 1, denying the appeal and upholding the planning commission approval.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember McDonald does not have a microphone, and he says he is the second on that. So it's a motion by Healy and a second by McDonald. And I will ask the city clerk to give us a roll call vote.
Mayor Barrett,
Yes.
council members Barnacle,
Yes.
Fisher,
Yes.
Healy,
Yes.
McDonald,
Yes.
Posake.
Yes.
Motion passes 6-0.
Thank you very much, and thanks to everybody for being here so late. And we'll work on our batteries, but actually it didn't go too badly today. So thank you very much. And we will see you at our next city council meeting, which will be May 2nd. Okay, and this meeting is adjourned.